guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The trial of former President Donald Trump's New York hush money case, overseen by Judge Juan Merchan, has been postponed from its initial start date of March 25th. That's due to discovery challenges raised by the defense. The judge has decided to delay the trial by 30 days and has set a hearing for March 25th to tackle the discovery issues. Prosecutor Nathan Wade has announced his resignation from former President Trump's election interference case in Georgia. Wade cited his commitment to democracy and the urgency to expedite the case's progress as reasons for his decision. A Georgia judge ruled that Fulton County DA Fani Willis could continue to oversee the case as long as Wade was removed. President Biden visited Capitol Hill Friday, where he greeted the Irish Prime Minister at the White House and addressed the Friends of Ireland luncheon hosted by Speaker Mike Johnson.
And, the friendship goes back centuries, but today is an important period, an important milestone. Nearly 100 years of diplomatic relations, Taoiseach, and every 100 years of Ireland and the United States.
During his remarks, Biden condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine and urged the House to pass a comprehensive national security package already approved by the Senate. Vice President Kamala Harris is taking part in discussions on marijuana reform alongside rapper Fat Joe and Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear at the White House. The roundtable held Friday included individuals who have been pardoned for marijuana-related convictions, aiming to address criminal justice reform. President Biden has proposed federal law changes to ease marijuana regulations and has pardoned thousands of possession convictions. Israel is gearing up for a military operation in Rafah, the southernmost city in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced that the IDF is readying for the operation and making preparations for a civilian evacuation. It's believed more than 1 million people are sheltered in Rafah. This is USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Mike Pence will not endorse former President Trump. The ex-vice president stated that Trump does not advocate for the same conservative principles that they championed during their 4-year tenure together. Although Pence didn't disclose his voting preference, he did say that he will not vote for President Biden. The White House is moving to eradicate junk fees for college students and borrowers of student loans. As outlined in the president's 2025 budget proposal, the administration aims to eliminate student loan origination fees, which are a percentage of the loan amount designated as a processing fee. Additionally, the plan seeks to address college banking fees and automatic charges for textbooks. The FAA is launching an investigation into the SpaceX Starship spacecraft launch on Thursday. Contact was lost with the Super Heavy prototype upon re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere, prompting the agency's mishap investigation. Despite signs suggesting the spacecraft disintegrated upon orbit exit, SpaceX officials deemed the third launch a success. Elon Musk states that data from the flight will inform improvements for future launches. The nation's first ever offshore wind turbines are now operational off the coast of New York. USA's Ryan Daniels with more.
Governor Kathy Hochul joined others to celebrate the occasion on Thursday.
We flip the switch and turn on the future of power generated by the winds of change.
They'll deliver electricity to roughly 70,000 New York homes and businesses.
I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you ready for a new day? Well, I hope so, because here it is. A new day, a new week. As we close out St. Patrick's Day weekend. Did you get your fulfillment of green beer? Yeah, not I. Oh, I had a few beers, but didn't have any green beer. Actually forgot to wear green. I got pinched. But hi there. Welcome back. Welcome aboard as we get things underway. Big week coming up here. Of course, just days away now as thousands, tens of thousands will flock into Louisville, Kentucky as we'll kick off the Mid-America Truck Show Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We'll be there if all goes according to plan, as well as the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Looking forward to seeing some old friends, meeting some new friends, putting some faces with the voice we might hear on the program from time to time. We'll have plenty on that coming up. Meanwhile, where'd spring go? It's feeling pretty chilly out there. 39 with a breeze, making it feel that much colder outside the secret bunker. It's kind of a rude awakening. Even into the deep south. It's going to be a chilly night tonight, but Monday night into Tuesday morning, the coldest era, in weeks. Because we have freeze warnings all the way down into the deep south. Yeah, not quite to the Gulf Coast, but darn near. It's the coastal areas that will stay above freezing, but much of Alabama, Mississippi, on into northern Arkansas, freeze warnings. Those frost advisories extending all the way down into Louisiana, right through the heart of Georgia to include the Atlanta metro area, western portions of South Carolina, South Central North Carolina, frost advisories. But as far as precip's concerned, we close out the weekend and start a new week fairly quiet tonight. Now, here's what we're looking at. Travelers' weather, stormy conditions will actually start and end the new week. In the middle, kind of in between, you'll have some nice weather to get outdoors, a multi-day break from the showers and the storms, where the spring breakers and the snowbirds may be able to salvage a bit of time in the sun, although it's going to be much cooler air. Going to have to factor in a couple of things into your plans. The potential for severe weather and flash flooding as those two storms lurk in the region. We saw a bit of a soaking along the Gulf Coast over the weekend that's wrapped up this past day. That's the first storm system, which that's a pretty strong cold front. That's why we've got the freeze warnings into the deep south. That's going to be crossing the Sunshine State today. So we're going to see some gusty winds, maybe some locally severe thunderstorms there in Florida. Primary concerns will be some hail and locally damaging wind gusts, 50 to 60 miles per hour. Of course, dangerous lightning will be focused over the northern and central portions of the state into the evening, including the Daytona Beach area, Jacksonville, Orlando, the Space Coast, and the Tampa Bay areas. This could impact some of the spring training ball games as travel, obviously, along portions of Interstate 4, 75, and 95. Other non-severe thunderstorms, downpours may soak a portion of southeastern Georgia, along with the coastal North and South Carolina areas, especially during the morning hours today, before that storm in the front heads offshore. After that storm, though, cool high pressure builds in from the north, bringing a return of sunshine and dry weather, but much cooler weather for a few days right through midweek across the interior south. One of the season's last widespread frost and freeze events probably going to be occurring Monday night into Tuesday morning. Obviously, a lot of flowers and trees and vegetation are all budding. The nice dry weather doesn't last long, though. I'll be watching for another storm, bringing wet weather once again to the south later this week. Kind of monitoring the pattern along the Gulf Coast states, even up the East Coast later in the week with the upcoming weekend. Depending on how that next storm evolves, there's another chance for torrential downpours and damaging thunderstorms that will come to fruition. Similar to the first storm, this next one originates in the southern plains, first bringing the risk of heavy rain and some feisty thunderstorms to Texas and Oklahoma as early as later Wednesday. By Thursday, the wet weather coalesces and expands east toward the Gulf Coast in the southeast. The ultimate trajectory is uncertain at this time. The same area of high pressure bringing the dry, cooler weather further north for the balance of the week may end up being strong enough to kind of squash the storminess to the south, keeping any heavy rain over the Gulf of Mexico before it moves into Florida toward next weekend. We are keeping our fingers crossed. It sounds like it's going to be on the cool side for sure for those headed into the Mid-America Truck Show. Right now, it doesn't look like we're going to be contending with a lot of stormy weather. So again, we'll keep an eye on things there, being several days away still. But by the weekend, Storm 2 could end up impacting millions more if it takes that turn up the East Coast, which would bring heavy rain and gusty winds up the I-95 corridor for the first weekend of spring. Yes, it is technically still winter for just another day and a half. Spring officially arrives, a few minutes after 11 o'clock p.m. there on Tuesday evening. Springtime. And indeed, right on cue. This is the time of year, the change of the seasons, the clash of the air masses, and that means severe weather season is upon us. And we got an early start, big time, last week, March the 12th through the 15th. Yeah, the biggest severe weather outbreak of the year so far, but there's a lot of stormy season yet to come our way. Of course, as feared, the weather went wild for mid-March. Hundreds of severe thunderstorms over several days. Yeah, part of the same storm that brought up to 5 feet of snow in Colorado, producing hundreds of violent thunderstorms, as most of us know, from Wednesday to Friday over the central states. Yeah, forecasters had been warning us days in advance, and this thing really lived up to the billing. Following a couple days, a dozen reports of hail Thursday night. More than 100 incidents of severe hail occurred on Wednesday. Swarms of storms erupting Thursday afternoon and evening from the southern plains to the Ozark Mountains, the mid-Mississippi Valley, as well as the Ohio Valley. There were at least 400 filtered reports of severe weather on Thursday alone. As of Saturday morning, what is a filtered report, you ask? Filtered reports eliminate redundant data. Yeah, so of those, more than 200 incidents of severe hail occurred, including 3-inch diameter hail or larger in Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. Of those reports, hail reached 4 inches in diameter in some of these cells, Oklahoma, Illinois, and Arkansas. Thursday evening, a massive 5.25-inch diameter hailstone fell in Ada, Oklahoma. That's bigger than the width of a grapefruit or a DVD. That's a good comparison. The largest hailstone ever measured in the U.S. was nearly 8 inches in diameter, weighed nearly 2 pounds. That was in South Dakota back in 2010. During the 3-day severe weather event, the 12th to the 15th, at least 23 confirmed tornadoes. The investigation was continuing over the past weekend. Those numbers will probably ultimately be a bit higher. Of all those twisters, the strongest storm, the Selma, Winchester, Indiana tornado, rated as an EF3 strength, responsible for more than 3 dozen injuries, total destruction in some areas on Thursday. We also had a tornado rated as EF3 that tore that path through Indian Lake Thursday evening, taking the lives of 3 people with more than a dozen injuries. During the outbreak, more than 600 filtered reports of severe weather, undoubtedly the biggest outbreak of the year so far. Now, the early part of this week, the risk of any severe storms, including damaging winds and hail, generally confined to the northern half of Florida, which we just broke down here a few minutes ago. Now, of course, we'll be watching for that system later in the week. Hope you had a good weekend. Philly Dan chimes in. It is that time again. Yes, indeed. Had the stomach bug over the weekend. Uh-oh. But I'm feeling a bit better now. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour and the greatest day of the week. 36 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Somewhere beneath the Earth's crust, the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Steve, throwing the breakers, rising that FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Stay Bill your lane. The overnight drive's about to be hammered down. So here we go. Throw another log on the fire. Heat up that cup of joe. Snuggle up with whomever or whatever. And hit those digits, 844-844-3388. Be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Or you can be like Big Ed. If you can't find them, grind them. There we go. Are you with me? Larry, ready to do it again. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Heading to Hartford, Connecticut to start the week off. We're at 48 degrees at the New York-New Jersey state line. Rubber Duck, good morning from her. Home. About turn-in time here in short order. Be safe, gang. Mom made it to Wendy's for her 94th birthday. I saw some of your pictures there. Mom was looking good over the weekend there. Rubber Duck, congratulations. I saw, he said, I hope I can be eating Wendy's when I'm 94 years old. All right, Marianne. Hello, Steve. The overnight family got the physical therapy thing coming our way today. Arizona window truck out and about for the week. Hope everybody has a good one out there. Gilligan, what are you doing on a Monday morning? Morning, Steve, fellow listeners. It's a cool, clear 42, according to the weather station atop the GMA&B Enterprises skyscraper in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, we'll get to some of the other listening friends coming up here. And as always, yes, it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, hello to Jerry. Good morning, sir. Looking forward to the show tonight. Thank you for everything you do for the trucking industry, and thanks to all the professionals out there, day and night, moving the loads of goods up and down the highway to help us enjoy our journey. Just kind of wondering if Big Ed was still smoking on the fuel island. All right, Jerry from Kokomo, Indiana. Thank you. Let's see. Pappy says, Mercedes just got peed on. Welcome to motherhood. The new one, I guess everybody now safely home, settling in. All right, who else we got here? Dennis is on board. Russell Miller, good morning. 35 here in the Dayton, Ohio area. Hope all's going well at the bunker. Ready for a great show. Working 8 hours overtime tonight, so I'll be listening into you to keep me awake. Thanks for all your work and keeping America moving. All those truck drivers out there, be careful, stay safe, enjoy a great day. I might have to give you a call later on in the program. We'd appreciate that, Russell. Thank you very much on a Monday. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, 37 at the Weiss compound. Well, he did it. James Dennis Hamlin, commonly known as Denny 11, made his final payment and is now the owner of Bristol Motor Speedway. Another stellar performance by Joe Gibbs Racing. And, of course, as always, one Denny Hamlin at the house with the hot blonde wife until we hit the road Thursday morning to make an appearance at the Mid-America Truck Show. Looking forward to seeing the Overnight Drive listeners be hanging out with the Trucking Icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, who, as usual, gets a special shout-out from the Maple Leaf City. There you go. Yeah, looking forward to seeing you, Lauren. And the hot blonde wife, Buckeye Boy, checks in from Harlingen, Texas, 69 degrees. I was in on and off rain all the way from Louisiana, driving today with some pretty good hail about an hour north of here a few hours ago. Got to see the grandson play baseball Saturday before I had to head out. So much fun. Going to be unloading about 11 o'clock Central Time tomorrow in Brownsville. Then head back and load up Thursday. We'll be headed for Arizona. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Very good. On the road again, as they say, right? It is 844-844-3388. And what day is it? What day is it?
The greatest day of the week.
There he is.
Yeah, it's the greatest day of the week. Time for another one. Did you watch any of that Bristol race?
I did not.
Weekend,
No,
Saturday
sir.
or Sunday?
Did not. Didn't catch any of it, no.
Well, Saturday night they had the truck race, and that was a good race, I thought. And there was two groups of racing, a lot of action. Well, then today for the Cup cars, you remember Indianapolis when those tires wouldn't last them but just a few laps, a handful of laps?
Yep.
You remember that race?
Oh yeah.
It was awful. Well, I don't know what they did Bristol, but they put this resin down instead of that PBJ or whatever it is for traction. Well, between that and the tires that they brought, they were only getting about 45 laps out of those tires. At one point, there was only one, the leader was the only one on the same lap, and then he had to pit. But at that point, there was only 6 cars that finished on the lead lap for Bristol.
Wow.
It was horrible. But anyway, like Warren Weiss said, Hamlin won. But I don't know if they would have been out of tires if it would have been going any longer. It was awful. But anyway, I was just wondering if you saw any of that. Do you remember a couple of months ago, I came across an article about putting chargers in the lane for the electric vehicles, and Philip called in and talked about it a little bit. Do you remember that?
I recall, yes.
Well, my wife went to Michigan for the weekend, and she said, in fact, that they are putting chargers in the lanes on I-94 around Detroit.
Really?
Yeah, that's already happening. Now, I don't know how long would a charger have to be for a car to drive over it to build up a charge, is what I'm wondering. I don't think it would be like instant. You know what I mean?
Good question. I have no idea.
Yeah, she said, in fact, they are putting chargers in the lanes. I don't know how many. I don't know if it's a test section or I don't know the details of it. Maybe you could check around a little. That's all I know about it.
I'll do some digging, see what we can
But
find.
anyway, that's about all I've got for the night. For right now, I appreciate you taking my call. If I don't talk to you again, have a good time at the truck show.
We'll do our best. Yeah, tune us in there. We'll be live all throughout the day. Of course, for those that are working nights as we typically do, we'll be replaying our daytime interviews. Yeah, back to Bristol quickly. Yeah, on a day, it's apparently where tire management, like Ron said, was the essential element in the race. 3 veterans swept the podium positions, Denny Hamlin winning the Food City 500 in a race that produced 54 lead changes, which was a record for a Cup Series short track. Hamlin lost the lead briefly to Joe Gibbs' racing teammate Truex Jr. in the closing laps, but regained it in traffic, beating Truex to the finish line by just over a second. Now, the story was tires in the mysterious way they behaved in a race that saw the track start to eat through the cords 45 laps into a green flag run. Yeah, that's very early for Bristol. Goodyear brought the same tire that they ran without issues in last fall's night race. But on Sunday, the concrete did not take rubber. Instead, marbles, those balls of rubber from the degrading tires, accumulating up in all the corners, making the top of the track unraceable. All right. It is a Monday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Prosecutor Nathan Wade has announced his resignation from Donald Trump's election interference case in Georgia. Wade cited his commitment to democracy and the urgency to expedite the case's progress as reasons for his decision. A Georgia judge ruled that Fulton County DA Fani Willis could continue to oversee the case if Wade was removed. Israel is gearing up for a military operation in Rafah, the southernmost city in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced that the IDF is readying for the operation and making preparations for civilian evacuation. A tornado in Ohio resulted in at least 3 fatalities, while another tornado in Indiana caused multiple injuries. Ohio experienced a total of 5 confirmed tornadoes. Additionally, a tornado damaged more than 50 structures in a small town in northern Kentucky, which is located close to the Indiana border. John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, a weather update, a service of Big Daddy Walker Productions as we get the new week underway. Now, obviously, folks in the swath of the central U.S. hit by the deadly tornadoes spent the weekend cleaning up, assessing the damage, helping neighbors. But it's going to be a long recovery, they say, for the storms that ripped through portions of Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, Arkansas, claiming 3 lives in the Indian Lake area. Logan County, Ohio, one of the hardest hit regions, about 40 people injured, dozens of homes destroyed in one Indiana community. Tornadoes also touching down in Illinois and Missouri. 33-year-old Samantha Snipes said when she first heard the warning, she called her dad, who lives like 7 minutes away, told him to take cover, said he was trying to get in the closet in her childhood home, and the phone cut out. Yeah, she and her husband tried to drive down the main road to get to him, but could not, and had to go through the back way after the tornado had passed. It was literally like a scene out of the movie Twister. The garage was leveled, the back of the house was gone, like everything's gone. Climbed over everything, screaming for him. When we found him, he wasn't injured. He told us to stop crying. Her dad had always told his children to hide in the closet if there was a tornado. We grew up there. It was our childhood home. And throwing away things as they were scouring through what was left over the weekend, figuring out what could be saved. You see it on the news, but you never imagine it's actually going to happen to you. And that's the resounding message every time something like this happens. All right, the school superintendent was out and about dropping off food, clothes, diapers over the weekend. Everybody on this road is safe. Yeah, neighbors are now helping neighbors is what we've got going on. And it's going to take a while to get it all cleaned up. Well, see what's going on as we get the new week started. Horse Brothers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Good to be talking with you.
Yeah, what's going on? How was your weekend? How'd things go? Did the weather participate for your events or no?
You and the AccuWeather guys did a beautiful day for us to have our St. Patrick's Day parade on Saturday in York, Pennsylvania. it's a gorgeous day and everything worked out good. I don't know. You probably saw I put up a couple pictures, couple posts, one little video. So if anybody's seen it or whatever, or hasn't seen it, they can tread on out to Facebook. It's in a few different locations. I'm not sure if I did it on the Steve Summers Overnight Fan. No, I don't know. I never remember right. I get doing stuff and then forget exactly. You do it a couple, 3 times, and then you forget which one you put it on. You don't want to double or triple them up. So sometimes you don't get it put on all the places you want it. But I did have my profile picture temporarily changed over for yesterday from the fire truck being dressed up. And so, anyways, hey, I guess a couple things here. I didn't catch the date of it, but coming up through Delaware here on 95, where 295 splits off to go to southern Jersey and go into the bottom of the New Jersey Turnpike, said the road was going to be closed, I-295 northbound. So I would assume it's, a temporary type thing, maybe an overnight type closure, but anybody running on this northeast corridor there coming up 95 looking to go to the Jersey Turnpike, just kind of be warned. There's going to be, I guess, they got all kinds of barrels and stuff set up, so it's going to be at least one lane narrowed down or possibly closure. I don't know if they're going to try to run you around on a detour of US 13 or which exact way they're going, but just be warned that it's going to be something happening. So anyways, speaking of Delaware, last week before I took off early on Wednesday, they had their electronic signs saying there's already been 16 deaths, 16, on Delaware highways so far this year. And of course that was before St. Patrick's Day. So they haven't changed the signs. They got kind of cutesy and they put leprechaun crossing up on them now. So now we're looking for little leprechauns to squash that little guy and see if we can grab his pot of gold, right? If we can squash the leprechaun, you can get his pot of gold.
Right, yes.
My plan. So anyway, it went well, so we're looking good to that. Fire truck actually went and found a spot at the shop because we're going to see if we can get the radiator changed this year. If we get that done, then it ought to be in pretty decent running condition and not have to worry about too much. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks we'll get that done through hopefully no later than the middle of April. So it's ready for, of course, Mother's Day. And it's got to do its annual thing there at the Mother's Day truck convoy there that's at the Mannheim Auto Auction. And that's, of course, Mother's Day is May 12th this year. So we got to get our butts in gear and start working on that now that we got St. Patrick's Day out of the way. But I guess the other big story there is where was Horse Feathers on Thursday and Friday. But anyways, got a clean bill of health. Did the heart catheterization there through the wrist, and they didn't find any reason to have to do anything different than what was already there. So
no, you did
go in. Look,
you said something about you had some blockage. One was like 40%, but they can't put us in. How much blockage does it have to have for whatever reason?
Yeah, according to the surgeon there, they don't place a stent unless there's at least 70% blockage in an artery. So I guess they said I had one there that was like at 40, and they said it's normal for a person of my age to have that. So until there gets to be more, I don't know if the stent itself doesn't take, and adhere right or what the deal is, but they said that they don't do it then. So anyways, we got our clean bill of health, and the stent that I do have in place is working just the way it's supposed to and didn't need any assistance. So everything got left alone to be the way it is and go out and keep doing what we're doing because apparently you haven't been doing too much wrong because we're still doing it. So, but anyway, so everything's still in order, and I didn't get shut down from having to do anything. Nobody tried to mess with my medical card or anything of that nature. So nothing had to be renewed or anything of that nature. And I'm clear to fly, Your Honor.
There you
I
go.
Still got on the bird. So I guess everything's still set to see everybody Thursday down in Louisville, and we'll be able to make a show of it. Now, the only thing I was thinking, I've had a couple people let me know they were going to be there, and I know a few people on the air said they're planning on being there. You just mentioned one of them here in your opening monologue here. And one of them, I don't know. Are we going to be able to actually see him? When that guy comes through with that chrome-plated cow hauler there at a high rate of speed, is he even going to be able to get it wound up to slow down for Louisville, or is he just going to blow right through like a tornado?
Right.
So I'm thinking we might just know he went by just for the fact the curtains are all out straight. I don't know, but we'll see how it all works out. But I was thinking, now that we got this modern age of, technology, the 21st century, and people make all these groups on that thing that the monkey gouger there, the two-time manure spreader there, world champion manure spreader there, he talks about that Face magazine thing. And so is there any way to make a group? I know it's short notice because it's happening real quick here the other side of the week. But if we can make a group of people going to the show, the overnight drive listeners, going to Matt's, or I don't know. There's got to be somebody out there that knows how to, because sometimes you get those things on the messenger. Mm-hmm. They got the whole chat thing going on. And all I know is that when you're in that building, do not expect cellular service to be able to work to use the phone or text messages, because when I was there the last time, people were text messaging me, and 3 hours later I'd get it, and they were telling me where to move so they could see me on the camera, or ask you a question, or ask somebody else a question,
mm-hmm.
Or ask me who was speaking with you on the air, and I get the text message like, and I'd be like, yep, don't bother to answer that one now. Years ago. But anyways, I didn't know if, somebody knows pages that then maybe we could all find each other, or know who was there, or find a different way to communicate or something. I don't know. But as I say, it's just throwing it out here for something might be a possibility. And I guess the big question for you is, what are we all going to be sitting on in your booth? Are we going to be sitting on milk crates? Do we have to bring our own milk crate, or do we have the Bostrom seats? I did see I got a chance to win one from Hot Shot Secret, but nobody said what you're going to be sitting on in the booth.
I got a message from one Mr. Brunetti this past day. He's on my list for interview, but he did share a little special. I'm going to have to see if I can share that on the Facebook. Apparently, he's not going to be able to make it in, but he did say we're happy to team up with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to give an opportunity to win a Bostrom seat. I think we'll have several of them there.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, I already registered my thing. Whatever came in the email there from you or Hot Shot Secret or whoever it was there, and I did that. And then if you do those few extra things, I ended up with like 29 entries. It said by the time I got done clicking this.
Well, right,
that.
Yeah. So if you share on Facebook, you share on Rumble, right. That's the way you get additional entries.
Yep. So anyways, that was a good deal. So maybe we can come up with something. My old Peterbilt. We got a set of Toyo tires there one time from listening to your show.
Yes, you did.
Maybe we can get a Bostrom seat for my old Peterbilt. Wouldn't that be something? I'd be sitting high and cool in my stool in that truck then, Your Honor. But anyways, I guess with all that nonsense there, we'll let you get going. And thank you once again for you and the AccuWeather guys for a beautiful day on Saturday. And anyways, we'll let you go with that and see what else you can kind of. You know what you're supposed to do. It's time for you to do your due diligence.
That means look for a more intelligent caller. We will do that. It is 844-844-3388. We return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example...
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Turn the page here, and Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve. How you doing this morning?
I love Mondays. Why?
Recovering from all them damn skull busters that you done drank up?
I'm trying. Yes, sir.
You know, Steve, these grandbabies, you just gotta love them, right? I was coming through Atlanta yesterday, and Paul and Sue called me and said, Pig, where you at? I said, I'm in Atlanta. I'll be home about 3 hours and 45 minutes. She said, well, I'll see you. And I thought, you know, that kid ain't gonna see me tonight. I said, it's gonna be so late when I get home. Her dad, you know, they ain't gonna be there. Well, I run a little bit late. I got tied up in a wreck they had over there in Columbia and made me about an hour late. And so I eased into the house, you know, just took my boots off. I was going to slip across the floor there and go get in my nice, cozy bed. About that time, I put my foot down right in the top of one of them damn Legos. Wow! Oh, Lord! So I'm just trying to find out where, you know, what else they got in the house with booby trap. Took another step, and I had bought Boo in one of those big old Mack trucks there at Tractor Supply that you haul the pig around in.
Mm-hmm.
And I done a knee split in it, done a split, hit the floor. I got up, and I said, what? Let me turn the damn light on in here and see what the hell they done left in the damn floor, you know. So I looked around, and it was pretty clean there. And so I went to get to bed. There's Boone on one side of me, my Harlan Sue on the other. I said, well, I know what this is, sofa time. So went in there, piled up on the sofa. It was about 8 o'clock this morning. Boone come running in there, pig, 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 just having a fit, and he went in there, woke his meemaw up, and got the rest of them up. But I told him, I said, look here, from now on, when y'all go play with toys, y'all leave the toys, y'all pick the toys up at night. Man, you ever set them one of them Legos?
Absolutely.
That's laying
yes.
up in the air?
Yep.
Oh, man. It's some kind of moist. That thing, it felt like it went to the bone, and, you know, I mean, whew. So anyway, that's what I've been doing, babysitting for the last day. You know, I was glad to see him. Always glad to see him. But Steve, what? We got 3 days, and we'll be up there at the Hootenanny.
That's it. Counting down.
Yeah, buddy. Got a lot going on up there this year, y'all. Everybody better try and make it. It's gonna be a big show, I guarantee you. But Steve, I have been running that Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment, and everywhere I look, it's sold out. So I picked up a bottle of that. What's the other one there? I can't think of the name of it right now.
The everyday diesel with winter. The Gold Eagle?
Stay-Built.
Oh, okay.
I picked up a bottle of that Stay-Built to increase diesel power, and I dumped it in it because, man, we've been buying some fuel here lately. I mean, it's just pure yellow. It must be nothing but corn squeezers. And dumped it in there. So if you can't find the Hot Shot Secrets, the Stay-Built is there too. So both of them are great products. Just want to, don't feel like you've been shut out, because you can run the Stay-Built in there, and truck performed pretty good. I was pretty happy. So.
Hey, you remember when we were talking?
There's an alternative.
We were talking about. I called Gouger, said, "What kind of questions we're going to do an interview with a lady about trucking insurance?" And I was kind of concerned that because I'd never spoke to her before, and I said, I hope she knows what she's talking about. Gouger, I guess you can't judge a book by the cover. That Rachel, she knocked it out of the park. She knows her trucking insurance inside and out. I think we're going to be airing her interview on our tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning's program. And during our conversation, I asked her about this whole piece of legislation. We talk about like minimum insurance coverage. How much do you recommend for trucking? She said they recommend the $1 million starting thing. But I told her about that piece of legislation where they would try to bump the minimum to $5 million and what she thought about that. And she said that ain't gonna fly. That the cost would put a whole bunch of people out of business, and she made that perfectly clear. So I'm looking forward to everybody getting a chance to hear Rachel Stone tomorrow night.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll sit up listen to that. I'm glad that they turned out good, because I didn't know what she knew, but apparently she must have been head dead on the money there.
Yes, she was.
But Steve, when that bill come out, I called my congressman. I mean, just bam, I called him, and I got to talk to one of his aides, that's in the Rock Hill office. He said, "Jimmy, get me them bill numbers," and said I got to go to Spartanburg with Ralph, but he said, "We'll talk on the way over there." Now, people think, well, you do a phone call doesn't do no good. And it took about 2 hours for them to get stopped where they could talk to me, and they called me back. He said, "Man," he said, "are these people crazy?" He said, you know who one of the co-sponsors of this thing is? And you remember the guy that's from Georgia? I can't think of his name right now, but thought that if they put too many military vehicles on Guam, it would flip over into the ocean.
Right. Yeah.
That was one of the co-sponsors in it. And he said, "This ain't going to happen." And I said, "Well, what do you know about the speed limiter thing?" And they said, "Well, we're on top of it." He said, "This is another ludicrous bill." And he said, I don't see it going nowhere. And I said, "Yeah, we didn't see these ELDs going nowhere neither. Look what happened." He said, "I'm telling you, we're on top of it."
Okay.
So, as we speak, I don't even think that insurance thing made it out of committee. I believe it got shot down in the committee. Now, it might pop up somewhere down the line on a attached bill, and people to keep up with this, y'all need to keep your eye on it and let us know if they can have me moving on it so we can counteract it. Because this thing, I got a buddy that I grew up with. He's not a buddy, he's a brother. There's 3 of them brothers, and all of them got trucks. And I called him. I said, "John, what will this do to you?" And they running about 15 trucks. I said, what would this do to you? He said, put me out of business.
Mm-hmm.
He said, it would put me slap jam out of business, you know? And, I mean, where does these idiots up there that those people voted in, because I didn't vote them in, get these lame brain ideas that they take it up on themselves and try to put everybody out of business. You know, there was some verbiage on that speed limiter thing that I can't remember where that U.S. senator was from. I want to say Missouri, might have not been Missouri, but I mean they were just having a heyday over it. He said, you know, he said the American.
Hey, hold that thought, Gouger. We got to pause as we close out hour number 1.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Nathan Wade will not be part of the prosecution in the Donald Trump election interference case in Georgia. He submitted his resignation following the judge's ruling Friday that Fulton County DA Fani Willis could remain on the case if Special Prosecutor Wade was removed. Wade, who is in a romantic relationship with Willis, said in a statement he's stepping down in the interest of democracy and to move the case forward as quickly as possible. President Biden visited Capitol Hill Friday, where he greeted the Irish Prime Minister at the White House and addressed the Friends of Ireland luncheon hosted by Speaker Mike Johnson.
And, the friendship goes back centuries, but today is an important period, an important milestone. Nearly 100 years of diplomatic relations, Taoiseach, and every 100 years of Ireland and the United States.
During his remarks, Biden condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine and urged the House to pass a comprehensive national security package already approved by the Senate. However, Johnson has been hesitant to advance the legislation, citing concerns over border provisions. Mike Pence is not endorsing former President Trump. The former VP said Trump does not promote the same conservative values they pushed during their 4 years together. While he would not say who he's voting for, he said he absolutely will not vote for President Biden. Officials say a tornado in Ohio killed at least 3 people. Multiple injuries were caused by a tornado in Indiana. A total of 5 tornadoes were confirmed in Ohio. A tornado also damaged at least 50 structures in a small northern Kentucky town near the Indiana border. Consumers are expected to spend over $22 billion this Easter. That's according to the National Retail Federation. 81% of Americans plan to celebrate Easter
this year. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A rash of subway violence continues to plague New York City's subway system. A man is in critical condition after being shot in the head on a subway train in downtown Brooklyn Thursday. The victim was rushed to the hospital in critical condition while the alleged shooter was taken into custody. The Biden administration's first public event on marijuana reform. Vice President Harris hosted a roundtable discussion yesterday on the topic with Grammy-nominated rapper Fat Joe, Kentucky's Democratic Governor Andy Beshear, and individuals who've received pardons for prior cannabis convictions. Australian businessman and a former parliament member, Clive Palmer, will soon be able to feel like he's on top of the world. He's planning to sail the Titanic II in 2027 and take the same trip the Titanic did from Southampton, England to New York. The ship will even feature 4 smokestacks similar to its original, but will run on a diesel engine. Spring breakers in Miami Beach won't necessarily be subjected to a bed check, but they will have to follow a curfew this weekend. City of Miami Beach says alcohol sales will end at 6 p.m. and the curfew will run from midnight until 6 a.m. each day until Monday morning. Alcohol sales will also end at 6 p.m. each day. City officials say they're protecting the public from the dangerous mayhem that has taken place over spring break in recent years. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. Welcome aboard, maybe, for those just joining us. Turn the page on the calendar. I guess technically this is the last full day of winter, isn't it? Spring arriving officially on Tuesday. And yes, indeed, March Madness time. What's going on with the brackets? Pandemonium. Now, where we leave off there, Gouger, you had to take a break, but yeah, we were talking about some of the trucking legislation.
Well, there's another bill out there similar to AB5 that the Department of Labor tried to pass through, and Congress jumped on that, and I think they're going to get that killed. OIDA has really jumped on it, and I don't think that's going to pass. But that's another one of them, that could be a real game changer if it did get through.
Mm-hmm.
But, Steve, I was sitting there tonight and just flipping through the channels. There was about 5 laps to go in that Bristol race, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, I'm going to look at it and see what happens. And I don't know if you got to see any of that disappointing race, but there wasn't no crowd there. I've never seen Bristol that uncrowded in the history of Bristol. I don't know if you got to see it.
I did not. I saw the highlights, the last few laps from the NASCAR website when I pulled up, the fact that Hamlin won, and I could see all that rubber up along the top of the track, which was piles of rubber.
Right. I mean, it was just stacked up there like cordwood. I mean, it was terrible, but I just couldn't believe, I mean, you go from a sellout at one race to hardly nobody being at the next race.
Mm-hmm.
And they were trying to keep the cameras off of it, but, they'd flash up there. But anyway, I watched 5 laps of it. I believe that's the first race I've watched this year. And I didn't watch the 5. I've been watching the rodeo. They had the final 4 there at Houston, and my man didn't win. He got bucked off. Then they had the American yesterday, and I got to watch some of it last night on replay. But the other thing I wanted to bring up, you remember when the old groundhog said that, we was going to have winter was going to be short in 6 weeks.
Right.
And I give you all my farmers old tales about, the weather said it's going to be 6 more weeks of bad weather. Well, I was looking at the Weather Channel there, that local, on the dish, you got local weather. They got a freeze warning up in Newberry, South Carolina for the night.
Yes, sir. Are you ready?
And I mean, right now, I got the air conditioner, and I ain't about 40 miles from Newberry, and I'm running the air conditioner right now. And I'm thinking to myself, boy, there must be going to be a hell of a wind come through here tonight and drop that temperature. But I couldn't believe it when I seen that. And, I don't think it's supposed to come no further south than to the edge of Columbia. But the other thing, they keep changing. Have you looked at the long-range forecast for Louisville?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be cool, but I think it should be decent weather.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be in the 50s in the daytime and then drop down to 32, 30 at night.
Right.
But, so it looks like we might be going to miss all that snow, and maybe we won't have no tornadoes this year like we've had in the past up there. I remember one year we was up there. You probably remember that. They had a tornado right there yes. While we was inside the building. And then that night down there, the tornado siren went off, and Debbie jumps up out the bed, started putting the clothes on. I said, "Where you going?" She says, "Well, I'm going somewhere, but I ain't laying here." I said, "It's too damn late to run now. It's already done here." And it done a little damage on the back side of the motel where we was at, but looks like we're not going to have none of that this year.
Right.
I sure hope not.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna stay up and listen to the insurance gal on Tuesday, and I'll get listened to it on the way up. No, I ain't leaving the Tuesday night. We got some things we got to take care of when we first get up there on Wednesday, and then we'll see you. What time you gonna be up there?
We'll be there midday on Wednesday, coming over just to check out the setting, how things are set up, and get settled in.
All right. Well, we'll see you somewhere over there Wednesday about dinner time, a little after, because we got a couple of things we got to get tightened up, and then we'll be on over there. But, Steve, good to talk to you. Thank you for taking my call, and we get this load off. We're going back to the house and start that 2-week Johnny Carson contract. Come in.
There you go. All right. Well, we'll see you in a few days, Gouger. If we don't talk to you first, you might could chime in tomorrow night. We'll see. I'm looking at right now the way things are looking. I don't see any precip in the forecast. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I mean, for all those, technically, I know some of the Hotshot Secret guys are already down there. And Kyle, I think, went down yesterday. It takes days to get the big booths set up. So they'll be down there already working on getting some of the stuff in place. But Wednesday, when most of the vendors show up and set up their booths, looks like 56 for a high, then going down to 30 degrees Wednesday night into Thursday morning. So it'll be a chilly morning when we head over from the hotels to the convention center. Thursday warms up to 50 for a high, then overnight 40, Thursday night into Friday morning. Friday looks pretty nice, 59 for the high temperature. Then Friday night down to 42 degrees. Saturday, once again, 59 for the high, then down to 37. Saturday night into Sunday morning. But it looks like partly cloudy skies each day. No rain at this point in the forecast there. Not too bad. It could be a whole lot worse. You never know what you're going to get this time of year when it comes to that Louisville weather. Meanwhile, March Madness, as I mentioned, I don't pay much any attention to college basketball throughout the regular season. Like so many others, millions of people, they'll pull up these brackets and just for shish kebab and giggles, fill out their brackets and try to win some money in their office pool or whatever, those kind of things. But I always pull up the brackets and say, you see, who am I going to be pooling for? For like our local teams. Would University of Cincinnati be in, or Xavier University? I don't see either of them in the brackets. So I guess the closest in my neck of the woods would be pulling for maybe Dayton or Kentucky. Wildcats, they're in the mix. They say it was kind of crazy when, even before the brackets came out last evening, March Madness was a muddled mess, they say. About the closest thing to a sure thing was UConn. The defending champion Huskies earned the top seed in the NCAA tournament, joined by Houston, Purdue, and North Carolina as the number 1 seeds that started going haywire even before the pairings were announced. Now, of those top teams, only UConn heads into the tournament coming off a win. The others lost in their conference tournaments. Yet those were hardly the only surprises over the final weekend of hoops before the sport's main event hits center stage. Unexpected titles placed teams like Oregon, North Carolina State, and even Duquesne, none of whom were projected to make the tournament, into that field of 68. They get the automatic bid that goes to a conference champion. The teams that they beat gobbled up a handful of the 34 at-large bids, thus shrinking the number of spots available to teams on the so-called bubble. The chairman of the selection committee said this was one of the most difficult that I've been involved in. The process that had everyone up till 2:30 in the morning, Sunday morning. And I said, I talked to some of the staff that's been in that room for the last 20 years, and they said this is probably the most difficult selection process they've all been a part of. Now, it showed in a bracket that had its fair share of head-scratchers. 2 of the last 4 teams in, Boise State and Colorado State, weren't even considered on the bubble by most bracketologists. A little surprised, to be honest. Boise State's coach said of the team's number 10 seed, some of the teams left out, St. John's and Oklahoma, were thought to be safely in as late as Saturday. St. John's decided not even to play in the NIT. Now, how is St. John's so far off the cut line? According to UConn's coach, who was surprised only 3 Big East teams made it. Florida Atlantic and Texas A&M were considered bubble teams, but ended up with 8 and 9 seeds, respectively. All this could be fodder for the growing conversation about expanding the bracket to 76 or maybe even 80 teams. Under that scenario, bubble teams like Pittsburgh, Seton Hall, even Indiana State would almost certainly be in. But this all gets underway Tuesday, the first 4 games, including a matchup between Virginia and Colorado State. The 32 first-round games taking place Thursday and Friday. UConn, which opens Friday against Stetson, is the favorite according to FanDuel Sportsbook and trying to become the first repeat champion since Florida back in 2006 and 7. Huskies at 31-3 are on a 7-game win streak, tied with James Madison for the most wins in the nation. So, big week. College basketball takes center stage. Productivity in the office and various businesses all over the country will be struggling to keep up because everybody sits down at their computer and pulls up the local games they want to watch, and nobody's paying attention to what they're supposed to be actually doing at work. It's a true fact, historically. Back to the calls right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I pulled up a little blurb from right about this time a year ago out of Lexington. When March Madness kicks in, distracted workers. Reports show the NCAA tournament can be a drain on productivity in the workplace. Estimates show it can cost employers billions of dollars. Challenger Gray and Christmas, the work outplacement firm, adds it all up to as much as $17.3 billion in lost productivity. Finance Buzz survey found 36%. That's more than a third of workers admit to watching games during the workday. Same survey found a quarter of workers have used paid time off or sick days to stay home to watch March Madness. That includes 11% saying they've used sick days And 4% saying they used PTO and sick leave. Hard to put a definite amount on the impact March Madness might have on productivity. There's a number of different reports and surveys about this every year about this time. Many give similar advice. Bosses, just try to find a way to embrace it. Use it for team building or to boost morale. Experts say setting some guidelines and having some fun with it can actually help out in the long run. There are some employers that will actually set up multiple screens so folks can watch during their lunch break and just be a part of the action. March Madness. Morning, Lone Ranger, or good evening.
Good morning. Yeah, it still is evening here, actually. It said on your news that Nathan Wade resigned from the case, and he did it, of course, for the democracy. So my question is, she paid him somewhere around $650,000, $750,000. So now, if he's not going to complete the job of handling his part of the case, that's taxpayer money. How much of that money is he going to give us back?
Right.
Have you ever heard anything about that?
I have not heard a thing about the money.
That was our money. So I think he did pretty well. That's like having a prize fight, and the winner gets $20 million, and the loser gets $5 million. I'm dropping down in the first round, Steve. $5 million is good enough for me. Why should I get beat up 10 more rounds or whatever it is? This is crazy stuff. Anyway, I had a good weekend. I went to Good Guys Rod and Custom show in Scottsdale, brought some stuff out there to sell. And I met an interesting girl. A friend of mine bought an old Riviera, 63 Riviera, first year they made them. And he needed a quarter panel. It was a real nice car, but somebody hit it in the quarter panel, right rear. So he called this place in Casa Grande, which is a couple hundred miles away from me, and he got this rust-free quarter panel up this place. So I called up, and I was going to have to run all the way out, all the way back, but he's a good friend. He said he'd pay me for my time and all that. So the girl calls me up, and she was really neat on the phone. A lot of fun, kidding around and stuff. So she calls me up. She goes, "Hey," she goes, "did you say you're going to the Hot Rod show?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm bringing some stuff out there. And I got a van, I'm bringing some parts out." She says, "Well, my husband customizes pickups. He lowers them down, puts the airbags in them, really sharp-looking stuff, custom paints them." She said, "We're bringing 2 or 3 pickups to sell, and I'll just put the quarter panel in the back and, bring it to you and tell me what space you're in. We'll drop it off." So I said, "Okay." She says, "Looking forward to meeting you." I said, "Yeah, me too." So she calls me up, and she tells me, we're coming in. So I gave her a space number, and she comes rolling in with this beautiful drop-down pickup truck. It was so low when I stood next to it, I couldn't see her husband. I could just see her because she's on the passenger side. So here's this quarter panel. Oh, my God. It was half the damn car. I'll send you a picture of it. So it was 99 inches long, and my van, the cargo area, was 89 inches long. So I told my nephew who was with me, I said, "What am I going to do with this?" So it turned out we took the console out between the bucket seats and got it in there, but it was heavy as hell. Half the part of the trunk was with it and everything. So she's kidding around, and she's kind of flirty. And now I'm standing on the passenger side of the truck, and the roof is low. I can't see the driver. So she's holding my arm and stuff, and kidding around. So the husband gets out. Now I'm joking around with her too. The husband gets out. This guy looked like Hulk Hogan. I thought, "Oh my God, I'm gonna get my ass kicked before this is over." So we take the quarter panel out, and I'll send you a picture. She says, "Oh, I want a picture with you and I with the quarter panel, and I'm gonna put it on my wall in my office." I said, "Oh, whatever, So I go over there, and so they go on their way. I come back, and I had to go get a $15 cheeseburger. $15 for a cheeseburger at this show. $7 for a little baby ice cream cone. Total ripoff. A beer was $12. Can of beer, $12, because they know you're stuck there. It's like being in an airport.
Yep.
So I come back. I went down. I came back, and she was staying there by herself. So I walked up. Oh, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. We got talking about, cars and stuff. So she says to me, well, she goes, my husband isn't with me now. I said, what's that mean? She said, well, we were kidding around and stuff. I said, well, whatever, it's fun. So I'm going to send you a picture. Now, this girl was a fun girl. And I'm not looking for nothing. They're just, kidding around with her. So she had a shirt on. And you never believe what it says on the shirt that she's wearing. I can't say it on the air, but I'm going to send you a picture of it, and you can read it for yourself.
Okay.
So I got the quarter panel home. What a bitch putting that thing in there. Oh, it was so heavy. So we got it in there. But another friend of mine who moved out here, she got divorced from, I didn't know she got divorced. I ran into her last year by accident. I knew the guy she was married to, and she came out here. She's a registered nurse, got a job right away. Nice big house, makes big money. She comes over and we're standing there talking. So her mom and her brother came with her. And her mom, now this girl from Casa Grande, her and her husband have to sell their house. Her husband has a big shop in the back. They got a nice house. I said, well, why do you want to sell your house? She goes, illegals. She said, the town is full of illegals. I'm afraid to go out at night. I said, oh boy. So then my friend, that's a nurse, her mom lives even farther south than that, closer to the border. And they were staying there, and she goes, in my town, we have what we call wolves. I said, wolves? You don't have no wolves down there. There's no mountains where you are. It's open, flat desert. She goes, no. She goes, the wolves are the nicknames for the illegals. She goes, they come around at night like wolves do, looking for food.
Mm-hmm. And stealing stuff. Hey, I got to pause there.
USA News Update. Consumer spending's expected to reach over $22 billion this Easter.
81% of Americans plan to celebrate Easter this year, according to a survey by National Retail Federation. They plan to spend an average of $177 per person and will spend the most on food, followed by clothing and then gifts. Half of all households with children are planning an Easter egg hunt at home, while the most popular Easter Sunday activities, cooking, a holiday meal, visiting friends and family. 43% of respondents plan to go to church. I'm Dave Collins.
A recent Gallup survey reveals the majority of college students prioritize campuses with gun restrictions. Approximately 8 out of 10 current and prospective college students consider firearm policies to be at least somewhat significant when deciding to attend or continue enrollment at a school. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor. Guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back. Hello to Dingbat. Checked in about an hour ago. 53 outside, Hearn and Brain Dead secret bunker. Not a lot going on there, she said. Just listening to the program. The fur babies are snoring, which she's probably doing by now. Please, everybody, keep your fingers crossed that there will be no strike at the lovely FedEx Express. Oh, and I know my Gators lost today, but we got another game coming up. Before I forget, tell Brain Dead happy Thursday. Everybody be safe, have a great week, and good night. Kevin says, good morning, Steve and the overnight family. There's Pap chiming in. Politicians, when you ask them about a piece of legislation, and they start looking for a cloud on a blue sky day, they don't have a clue what's going on. So whatever they say, it's pretty much a full of shish kebab answer. What do we got? 5-7. Just got up, coffee in hand, scratching my rear, copying the mail. Too much information. Hello, Philip. Good morning, folks. Another day around the sun as we start things out. There's Rick in Columbus. Up and at 'em. Coffee up. 32 degrees in Columbus. No less. We're supposed to have a few flakes of snow maybe flying today. Come on already. Country Bumpkin, good morning to the Overnight Drive Nation. Good to have you with us. Lone Ranger, back on board. Yes, sir.
So anyway, Steve, the town this lady lives in, this is how bad it's gotten. I was shocked when she told me this. You know, she's an older lady. She's not making up a story. And she said, in my town, if you leave your house, her and her neighbors put a cooler out on the porch with food in it. sandwiches or whatever it is. I don't know. But she said if you don't do that, the illegals, if they know you're not home, they'll break into your house. And they'll eat your food, take what they want, and then they mess up the house. She said they'll mess on the floor, pee on the whatever. No consideration whatsoever after they eat your food.
Wow.
So they actually put coolers of food on their porch to prevent their house from getting broken into. How sad is that? So the girl that's moving, the girl that got me the quarter panel, by the way, I sent you those pictures. The girl that got me the quarter panel, she said they're moving to Oklahoma because of the problem with the illegals. She said, we got a beautiful house. My husband has a big shop in the back, 3,500 square feet. She goes, we're afraid to live there anymore. Can't go out at night. So that's how bad it's gotten. For the gentleman who just called in, said he was scratching his butt.
Right.
I have some good news. I have some good news for him. If by chance, and I don't know what the real story is, none of my business, but if by chance he was scratching his butt because it's itchy because he didn't do a good cleanup job, it happens. Happens to all of us. There is a new product out called Dude Wipes. It's like baby wipes for adults. And we all know once in a while you have an evacuation and the cleanup process takes a little bit longer, so it is a handy item to have. But what puzzled me about this is if you buy baby wipes, most of them are non-flushable.
Correct.
Why they make them like that, I don't know why they make them like that. Who wants to throw something like that in their garbage? Now, what's funny about these Dude Wipes, two things. On the package, it says it's unscented. Well, now that's before you use it. After you use it, it's no longer unscented. But the good news is they're flushable. Now, the curious thing for me is they come in different sizes. You have large and you have extra large. Now, we all know that Derriers come in different sizes. But the area that you clean up, as far as I ever knew, is all about the same size. So why would you have a need for extra large unless you have diarrhea 3 times a week or something? But I can't imagine, baby wipes don't come in different sizes. They have one size and that's it. So if anybody knows the answer to that, why they come in different sizes. But anyway, I figured I'd make a public service announcement for the gentleman with the itchy butt. And that's all I got. Talk to you later. Take a look at them pictures and tell me what you think of that girl's
All right.
shirt.
Will do. All right. That's funny. It's comical. All right. 844-844-3388. What the world's going on at the U.S. Postal Service Distribution Center there in Georgia? I saw the story from CDL Life and the line of trucks that goes on and on. For weeks now, they're saying major delays have been reported at the U.S. Postal Service Atlanta Regional Processing and Distribution Center. It's in Palmetto, Georgia. Last week, Atlanta News First reported lines of trucks backed up a quarter mile at the postal center there. Some truckers telling the outlet they're waiting 6 to as much as 8 hours to get in the facility. They also reported some drivers waited so long that they actually changed shifts while still in line. Customers also reporting delayed or missing packages out of the distribution center. The problems attracted the attention of U.S. Senator Jon Ossoff, who recently launched an inquiry with the Postmaster General into what the world's going on there. I write to express concern regarding the numerous reports of missing and delayed mail in the metro Atlanta area, reportedly connected to the Atlanta Regional Processing and Distribution Center. Customers are increasingly reporting untraceable and stalled packages to local news outlets, in some cases for up to weeks. Now, the timely delivery of mail across the nation is a vital public service. I urge you to expeditiously investigate the reported delays across the metro Atlanta area. Take any necessary appropriate actions to fix any issues. Postal Service responded to complaints of problems at the facility. They did not give an explanation for the delays, though. They simply said, while a vast majority of mail in the Atlanta area is being delivered in a timely manner, local management's been made aware of the concerns of some local customers regarding their mail delivery, and they're working to quickly resolve any issues. So 6-8 hours just waiting to get in, first of all, to get your load. It's pretty crazy. All right, Brain Dead got you coming up here. Talk a little sports just ahead. Eagle starting off a new week here. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I was busy last week. Couldn't get in too many days last week to call in. Yeah, I was on the road. Well, I went home, so can't talk on the phone that much when I'm at home. The old lady, she don't like it when I stay up late talking on the phone, so I had to call it an early night while I'm at the house, Steve. But got a lot of things to talk about, man, before I get to Donald Trump and Fonnie Willis. That name makes me sick. But before I get to her, I want to talk about the situation in Memphis, Tennessee, Steve. I know you got some listeners that live in Memphis, Tennessee, so they might get offended by what I say about Memphis, but I really don't care because it needs to be said. You know something, Steve? Memphis, I put Memphis in the same class as New York. There may be one step below, maybe just one little step below New York City in terms of scumbag city. That's right, New York, another rat-infested rat hole, just like good old New York. You know something, Steve? These guys, these record drivers, I want to talk about these people for a minute. The lowest of the lowest scumbags over there in Memphis. You know, you got to have some nerve, Steve. You got to have some nerve to tow somebody's truck with the individual still in the damn truck. You know, I wish they would tow my truck out of a parking lot in Memphis with me still in the cab of that truck. I promise you that record company will be out of business, Steve. That'll be the last truck they tow. I promise you that. Do you know how unsafe that is, Steve, to tow a truck with an individual still inside the cab?
I haven't heard.
You hear what I said?
I haven't heard any incidents of them. There have been instances where drivers have stayed in the truck to prevent them from towing. I think they might put you on the hook, and if you get out of the truck, then they'll go ahead and tow it away. But I don't think.
No. I talked to a guy over the last couple of days, and he told me that he actually seen a man in the cab of the truck as it was going down the road. The guy was still in the cab. Even if you're staying in the cab to stop it from towing you, Steve, they still are not supposed to tow that vehicle. With a man inside that vehicle, you're supposed to get the police involved and tell the police, hey, this man won't get out of the vehicle. You don't tow the damn vehicle with somebody in the thing. That's unsafe maneuver, and these people are only about money, Steve. This A1 tow service is nothing but garbage. Like I said, I had a friend who lives in the Memphis area, and he had his vehicle towed a couple of months ago by these individuals. It cost him over $1,500 out of his pocket unnecessarily, and it makes no sense. These people need to be put out of business because they're robbing truck drivers of unnecessary money by these towing fees that these guys are charging. You know, they're charging double fees for truck and trailer connection. You know, if you got the truck, they want to tow $5,000 for the truck and then another $1,000 for the damn trailer. That's too much money, Steve. Who walking around, what truck driver walking around with $2,000 cash in his pocket to pay these losers? This is nothing but a scam, and it needs to come to a stop in the Memphis area by these individuals because it's not right, and it's costing truck drivers money. These people have families, kids to take care of, and they don't have no $2,000 in hand to some loser record driver that's trying to rip off truck drivers. Like I said, it needs to come to a stop. But see, here's what's going to happen, Steve. That guy's going to walk up to the wrong truck one night, and guess what? He going to get a big surprise. He going to get a real big surprise if he walk up to the wrong truck one night. That'll be the last truck he put his hands on. So that's my advice to these so-called record runners over there in West Memphis or Memphis, Tennessee, or wherever they at. You just think twice before you tow a truck, my man, because that might be, you might pick the wrong truck out one night, and that might be your last tow. And that's all I got to say about that situation, because I'm really pissed off about it. Now, let me get to this other situation, Steve, and that's where Fonnie Willis. Let me tell you this, Steve. Anybody, like I said, I keep saying the same thing week after week, month after month about this. Anybody who think that we're not living in a bogus banana republic system right now, you're thinking wrong, my man. This guy here, Fonnie Willis, is still on the damn case, Steve. This woman has literally been caught red-handed with her hand in a cookie jar, stealing money, bogus, what do they call it, a racketeering case against all these individuals, over 30 or 40 people that she was trying to lay in a damn mafia-type case against Donald Trump, which is a total joke. And guess what? You know, notice I figured they would do it on Friday when everybody's getting ready for the weekend. This loser comes down with his decision that one of the two of these losers has to step away from the case instead of doing the right thing and removing both of them. He says, so this other guy, her so-called lover, is no longer on the case, but yet still, Steve, they have video of these two people going to the White House, spending hours inside the White House talking to God knows who about what, the Fonnie and her lover. You know damn well what they were talking about. They were talking about building a case against Donald Trump, and yet she continues to stay on the case and continues this railroading of Donald Trump. It's really a damn shame that we have something like this going on in America, Steve. We have no justice system whatsoever, and I'm really scared come November, Steve, these individuals are going to try to pull the same damn trick they pulled in 2020 and try to pull the rug right off from under Donald Trump's feet and steal this damn election again. Because you can clearly see, Steve, Donald Trump was in Ohio, right? That's right, Ohio, where you live at, over the weekend. He held a rally in Dayton, Ohio. You should have seen how many people was there. I watched it on my cell phone on Saturday afternoon. There's so many people, standing room only crowd at an airport in Dayton, Ohio, and he was talking. He was telling the truth about everything. Meanwhile, Joe Biden holds a rally and nobody shows up. About 15 people showed up to his so-called rally, but yet they say him and Donald Trump are running neck and neck for the president of America. Anybody in their right mind know that Joe Biden doesn't have any voters. That's why he's bringing people in by the boatload, Steve, flying them in, bringing them in by train. He's doing whatever the hell he can to get people into this United States so he can get somebody dumb enough to vote for him. And that's exactly why he's allowing these individuals into the country. Because believe it or not, Steve, a couple of months ago I told you that I was hoping and praying that Joe Biden wouldn't stoop to that level to allow a man into this country and allow him to vote in our election. But guess what? Even Joe Biden, he's don't stoop that low now, Steve. Believe it or not, you actually gonna have some of these so-called Venezuelans, Guatemala, Honduras, wherever the hell they come from. They actually gonna be voting in your election in November of this year, and that's a damn shame. And anybody who says they had a right to vote in America, you're just as stupid as Joe Biden is. If you think that man that walked into this country illegally, he didn't come in the right way, came in the wrong way, and you think he got the right to go to the voting booth in November and vote for Joe Biden, you're just as dumb as Joe Biden is. But like I said, it's just sickening, Steve, to see what's going on. And like I said, meanwhile, I want to say one last thing, Steve. You know, a lot of these Democrats are talking about some of the comments that Donald Trump made over the weekend when he was in Dayton, Ohio. Well, here's what I say to those Democrats. that are offended by what he has to say. How about not listening to his show, find something else to do? But, I forgot, your candidate he can't even talk. He can't speak, so he doesn't have a damn thing to say. So you got to snoop in and see what Donald Trump is talking about. So my advice to the Democrats is find you a candidate that can actually stand up on the stage and give a speech like Donald Trump, and then maybe you won't have to snoop in and wonder what the hell Donald Trump is talking about. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, one of those things he said was it is, and it's the left-leaning, the liberal media, taking it out of context and twisting it. Mike Turner this past day, the representative, rejecting the argument from the White House that Donald Trump threatened political violence during that rally in Ohio. He made comments about there's going to be a bloodbath if he's not elected. What they're not telling you, he was talking about the automobile industry. Now, Turner said, I was not at the rally, but it's important that it's accurately portrayed. The comments were made by the president were about the auto industry and about people who came from Mexico, were given permission to import into the United States. During the rally, Trump promised that if elected, his administration would put a 100% tariff on every car that comes across that line. And you're not going to be able to sell those guys if I get elected. He also warned if he doesn't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. A bloodbath for the country. Now, so the Biden campaign seized on that word bloodbath, with the campaign spokesperson saying Donald Trump's he wants another January 6. Trump's campaign spokeswoman shot back. He was talking about the automobile industry, that Biden's policies will create an economic bloodbath for the auto industry and the auto workers. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, coming up, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines. Rapidly approaching news break, about 2 minutes away, so hang in there. We'll get Brain Dead Philip Horse Brothers back on board. If your segment of the trucking industry is rather slow, maybe you need to head for Alaska. Industry veterans said trucking in Alaska is experiencing boom times, despite a considerable freight recession affecting drivers in the lower 48. As mining and oil projects ramp up, trucking companies operating in the area say it is the proverbial boom time for them. A strong need for truck drivers and freight hauling for the new industrial projects. According to the president of the Alaska Trucking Association, it's boom time for trucking companies here. If you're a qualified driver, somebody's going to pick you up quickly. Not only can drivers get jobs easily, but they're getting paid well, too. Annual pay for truckers willing to drive the ice roads can be as high as $180,000. Drivers who are looking to stay local in cities like Anchorage are still seeing salaries up to $75,000. This is probably the best trucking has been in Alaska since the year 2000, according to the vice president at the Carlisle Transportation Systems. Now, the next 5 years should see record truckload counts. According to the president of Alaska West Express, he said the freight volume this year is already approaching what we saw in 2015, which was the most recent peak year for trucking in Alaska. Boom time in Alaska. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The volcano in Iceland is erupting for the fourth time since December. Iceland officials say the volcano erupted Saturday south of Reykjavik, spewing bright orange lava into the night sky. Officials say lava looks like it's flowing south towards the coastal town of Grindavik, which was once again being evacuated. There's now a state of emergency as a result in Iceland. President Biden urging Congress to pass a foreign aid package that includes funding for both Ukraine and Israel. GOP Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said on the Senate floor Thursday, the stakes could not be any higher and the clock is ticking.
Vladimir Putin is not playing for a tie. He's not headed to the negotiating table. He will not stop at Ukraine.
So far, Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson has refused to bring the Senate bill up for a vote in his chamber. not without concessions from Democrats and the Biden administration on border policy. Officials say a Boeing flight from San Francisco to Oregon was missing an external panel when it landed. Dave Collins has more.
The FAA is investigating United Flight 433 that left San Francisco with 139 passengers on board and landed safely without incident. The external panel was discovered missing during a post-flight inspection, and no debris was found on the runway. United Airlines says the panel was missing from the underside of the Boeing 737 near the landing gear where the wing meets the body.
Lottery jackpots growing. The Mega Millions jackpot approaches $1 billion now. Lottery officials say no tickets matched all 6 numbers drawn Friday night, so the grand prize jumps to an estimated $875 million for Tuesday's drawing in the Mega Millions. Meanwhile, no winner in Saturday night's Powerball drawing, so that jackpot will be worth an estimated $645 million for Monday's drawing. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Sunday is St. Patrick's Day in the U.S. Named for the patron saint of Ireland, March 17th is the day St. Patrick is believed to have died around 490 A.D. For most Americans, St. Patrick is famous for driving the snakes out of Ireland. U.S. cities with large numbers of Irish immigrants will have the biggest celebrations Sunday, including Boston, Philadelphia, and Chicago. Savannah, Georgia, also known for a big St. Patrick's Day celebration each year. The White House is moving to eradicate junk fees for college students, borrowers of student loans. USA's John Schaefer has more.
As outlined in the president's 2025 budget proposal, the administration aims to eliminate student loan origination fees, which are a percentage of the loan amount designated as a processing fee. Additionally, the plan seeks to address college banking fees and automatic charges for textbooks.
Prosecutor Nathan Wade is announcing his resignation from the Donald Trump election interference case in Georgia. In a written statement, Wade cited his commitment to democracy and the urgency to expedite the case's progress as reasons for his decision. Following Wade's departure, a Georgia judge has ruled that Fulton County DA Fani Willis can continue to oversee former President Trump's election interference case. This Easter, consumer spending is expected to surpass $22 billion. That's according to the National Retail Federation, reporting 81% of Americans intend to celebrate the holiday. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, performance, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we kick off another hour, welcome in, welcome aboard. Hope you had a good weekend. As we transition into the final full day of winter, are you ready for some springtime? Yeah, springtime is going to arrive officially, feeling very much more winter-like, with freeze warnings all the way down into the deep south, Monday night, Tuesday morning. I mean, places like Talladega, Alabama, I was talking a hard freeze tomorrow night. Meanwhile, support for the bipartisan Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act apparently gaining some steam in Congress. Senator Pete Ricketts of Nebraska became a co-sponsor last Thursday. Representative Henry Culler of Texas pledged his support for the House version of the bill on March the 5th. This bill would allocate money for the creation of more truck parking spots, specifically $755 million over 3 years, designated for the construction of parking spots. Now, any project funded by this bill cannot include paid parking. All parking under the bill must be publicly accessible and free of charge. The lack of parking, obviously well documented. According to the OOIDA Foundation, one truck parking space for every 11 truck drivers. It is dire safety implications for the drivers of the trucks as well as the motoring public. When you're unable to find safe, authorized parking, you're stuck in a no-win situation, either parking in unsafe or illegal locations or violate the hours of service regulations by continuing to search for safer legal alternatives. Representative Mike Bost reintroduced the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, which, by the way, is H.R. 2367 last year. There are now 47 co-sponsors, 24 Republicans, and 23 Democrats. Senator Cynthia Lumens of Wyoming introducing the Senate version of the bill, which has 15 co-sponsors, 9 Democrats, 5 Republicans, 1 independent. So continuing to try to garner support. Brain dead on kind of like a Friday Eve for him, I believe. Morning.
Yeah, buddy. It sure is my Friday Eve, but I heard Eagle on there. You know, I am from Memphis, and yeah, I'm proud to an extent, you know. But the A1 towing, I've been saying that forever. The problem is the prosecutor we have. He believes in the whole catch and release. If you remember right, some months back, they arrested these guys, all the people that worked for this company, and just turned them loose, just dropped all charges. So when you look at, so it's like they say, when it looks like a duck, smells like a duck, walks like a duck, it's a duck, it's a duck. They're getting paid off. The judge too. Everybody's getting paid off somehow. But I did see something interesting over the weekend. Now, I'm kind of helping Dingbat find another job. Not because of the strike, but because of something else personally that I don't want to go into. Would you believe these idiots? Would you believe these idiots are actually advertising to hire drivers to come tow vehicles at a flat $1,400 a week? And you only work like 6 hours a night or 8 hours a night. So obviously they're not a true towing company, because most tow companies, you're paid on commission of what you tow. So these people need to be dealt with. Now, I also found another story for you of where they're doing this same crap down at another truck stop in Byhalia, Mississippi, which is just south of Memphis. So, but anyway, how was your weekend, buddy?
Another quick one, flying right by. Here's a Monday. Boom.
Well, if you were a sports fan, this was your weekend. Let me tell you, Steve, I wish I had that wall of TVs like at the Walmart, like in electronics, because I would have just been one big vegetable all weekend. You wouldn't have seen me move at all. But, yeah, it was bad Friday night. The Vols, Kentucky, and Bama got slaughtered, so to speak. I mean, they didn't even bother getting off the ground. I mean, I watched that game the first half, and we played Mississippi State, and it was like 38-19. I said, screw it, I'm going to bed. But and it was kind of good to see the Gators and Auburn are in the title game, and Auburn won the title. Yeah, sorry. But the Gators had a really good season. I mean, they were up and down all season, and that's what got them into the tournament was their strength of schedule. I mean, Michigan's a powerhouse. Every year, Michigan is one of the teams that you think of when it comes to basketball, and they beat them in Ann Arbor, and not handedly, but they gave them a good run for their money. So, but I did watch the selection show, and yeah, we got a number 2 seed, even though we stunk the joint up. And the Gators got a number 7 seed. I think we're both in the South, if I remember right. I'm not 100% sure. The games I'm going to be watching is Carolina and A&M in Memphis, of all places, number 8, number 9 seed. But also, too, now, you know, Steve, they have that Cinderella team every year, right?
Mm-hmm.
The one to watch is the one old Gilligan loves to talk about their football program, James Madison University. They came into into the tournament with a best season at 31-3, and they are a 12th seed. That's going to be the one to watch. Some of the analysts are predicting they're going to go to the Sweet 16, but you never know. And there's always that one team that's going to win it, that's going to go one of those number 15, number 16 seeds. Now, have you ever heard of a college called Grambling State down here in Louisiana?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Okay. They are a historically black college, and they're going to go into the tournament this year. That's going to be another good one to watch, too, because they had a pretty good record, too. So, but anyway, moving on. Let's go to baseball, Stephen. I know our buddy Rick Friend is paying attention here. Now, I need to make 2 corrections. Bo Jackson, I said the other night, was going into the Hall of Fame. It's actually the Royals Hall of Fame. And remember the game I told you about in Seoul, South Korea? They're actually going to be playing that on the 20th and 21st. I might like to catch that game. That ought to be pretty interesting in South Korea. But preliminary numbers. Now, you know we're only, like 10 days away from opening day, the best day of the world, the best day of all. They're saying the early predictions for the World Series this year is going to be the Yankees and Astros for the American League, the Dodgers and Braves for the National League. And of course, you know, the Dodgers did pick up Ohtani, and they did sign Yamamoto. So it's going to be, if they get into it with the Braves and the Dodgers, it's going to be one heck of a battle. I mean, it's going to be tight. Let's see. The sleeper, they say the sleeper of the season is going to be the Reds, because they did pick up some good trades in the offseason that's going to give them some depth in the roster, and they're going to be predicting that they're going to be about middle of the pack, so to speak. And I hope we're not going to be at the bottom this year with the Cardinals, because I'm looking at the spring training that's left. The Dodgers are leading the Cactus League, and the Orioles are leading the Grapefruit League. Now, the Reds are in 4th place in the Cactus League, and, of course, my Reds are 9th in the Grapefruit League. So I just hope this really doesn't come to fruition. But where's my other note at? But the Cardinals also re-signed the manager, Oliver Marmol, to another 2-year contract extension, even though we finished in the basement like the Reds normally do last year. So, but now let's get on to some racing news. I know this is going to be kind of interesting. Joe Gibbs did win with Denny Hamlin. He picked up his 210th win. That's kind of impressive. Now, I don't know if you know this guy, but his name is, I'm going to butcher this name, please forgive me, Kamui Kaboi, one of these Japanese guys. He made his second start. It's like who's on first, what's on second, But anyway, he's from Japan, of course, and he said that there is talk, and I said the word talk, of bringing NASCAR back to Japan. Remember when they ran them cars in Japan?
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be the interesting part to see. And the reason they quit doing that is because of the cost of floating those transporters over to Japan. I mean, but the points so far after leaving Bristol is going to be Kyle Larson in first, then Martin Truex Jr., then Ty Gibbs, Ryan Blaney, and then Denny Hamlin. Now, of course, Logano had a crappy day. He finished 22nd, but that moved him up from 30th to 24 in the points. Now, also, too, here's something else to think about. There's next week they're doing my favorite kind of racing. That's the road course. And they're going down to the Circuit of Americas. Now, I called this race Friday. Remember, I said that Gibbs is historically one of the better teams when it comes to Bristol, and I wasn't far off, right, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm going to put my money down on who's going to win, I'd either pick Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, Martin Truex Jr., or Kyle Larson. So. But anyway, Steve, let's see. Oh, NFL finally, real quick, and I'll let you go. Remember we had all the trades going on this past week?
Mm-hmm.
And the Travis Henry was traded to the Ravens from the Titans. They had to redo Mahomes' contract to free up $22 million of salary cap space. Because remember, a couple of years back, he signed a 10-year, $500 million contract. Calvin Ridley was traded to the Titans, and Justin Fields, a day or so ago, was traded to the Bears, from the Bears to the Steelers, which, I'm looking at the NFL draft, and they are actually going to have a pretty good pick coming up as far as the quarterback goes. So the Bengals lost Joe Mixon to the Texans, and they picked up Von Bell from Carolina. So, and of course, next month the draft is coming along. But before I forget, Steve, did you see this report? Did you happen to see this report about Nikki Haley? You see this?
I don't think I did.
Well, they said why she dropped out of the presidential race. Did you hear it?
No, lay it on me.
Because the dishes was piling up. Not I mean.
Uh-huh. And we'll return right after this to Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So, got an update on the occasionally explosive yet fickle comet, the one with the devilish name. Visible in the evening sky for the first time in 71 years. Right now, it can only be seen with the telescope or binoculars, but it may soon be seen with the naked eye. There's a chance it could even be seen during next month's total solar eclipse. Comet Pons-Brooks, last seen in 1954, before returning last summer. Like the famed Halley's Comet, Pons-Brooks is a rather short-period comet that periodically visits our part of the solar system. Short-period comets take less than 200 years to orbit the sun. Long-period comets can take thousands or, in some cases, millions of years. Now, with an orbital period of 71 years, Pons-Brooks is visible from Earth only slightly more often than Halley's Comet, which is every 76 years. Comets are described by NASA as frozen leftovers from the formation of the solar system. The core or nucleus, consisting of dust, rock, and ice, typically the size of a small town. Some of that ice turns to gas when the comet passes near the sun. The grassy planet-sized cloud around the core, or the coma, the tail of gas that can extend millions of miles behind the comet as it races through space. Pons-Brooks, they say, is a cryovolcanic comet, which means it sometimes experiences volcano-like eruptions of gas and ice. Scientists have noted the comet's history of sudden flare-ups when it comes to brightness, probably caused by the ices feeling the warmth of the sun for the first time, turning to gas phase, dragging other dust or ice with it. One such flare-up back last July, when the comet suddenly became 100 times brighter, caused the comet to take shape of a devil's horns. Thus, it was given the nickname the Devil Comet. Other outbursts, October 5, November 1, November 14, again, December and January. For many astronomers and stargazers, this will be the only chance in their lifetime to see Comet Pons-Brooks. Yeah, none of us going to last long enough to see it twice. It'd be 142 years, right? But there you go. The comet right now is visible from the northern hemisphere at dusk near the western horizon. For right now, binoculars or a telescope are required. By the end of the month, it could be bright enough to see with the naked eye from some locations, but should continue to get brighter as it closest pass to the sun is April 21st. Obviously, the best chance to see it with the naked eye would be getting away from city lights and have clear skies. While the comet will become a little brighter, it'll likely, probably going to stay a binocular object. In many cases, they say from dark locations, it might be visible to the naked eye, but it will remain visible from the northern hemisphere until early May, at which point it's going to start to fade away, then only visible from the southern hemisphere into June, before disappearing once again and not to return till the year 2095. Way down the line. Morning, Philip.
Hey, bud, how you doing today? Another day around the sun, huh?
Yes, indeed.
Starting it out. Hey, I just heard a friend there talking about NASCAR. I think this weekend was kind of the old-timers weekend. What do you think, Steve, with those tires? Did you see the situation with the tires?
I did not see the race, but Gouger talked about it earlier, and I was just kind of scrolling through, and I saw some of the photos of those tires when that track was eating them up.
I was tearing them things up bad. If you didn't know how to slow down a little bit and manage your tires, you wasn't going to win that race, and that's why Hamlin and Truex both were up there in that front at the end. And Brad Keselowski was behind them. So, I mean, them guys they're short track guys from old school. And that's, if you notice, though, there's a kid named Josh Berry that's running right now. He's running for Stuart Haas. He was doing pretty good, too. And it's a lot of that old late model short school philosophy type of thing they were running with them tires. You had to manage your tires. You know, a lot of guys manage your gas, but you got to manage your tires sometimes too. And Kyle Larson even commented, he said, I don't want to run a race like that no more because it scared me to death. You know, I mean, the young bucks that like to go out there and run wide open, they wanted to do it. Hey, bud, we're getting really close to your time to go. Can I hold over?
Absolutely. I was just looking up. We got about a minute before we get the news break. Yeah, we'll come back and get back more of your calls ahead. And a little bit later this hour, we'll get to the Owida Foundation. As a supplemental to their monthly market update, they released their quarterly update for the fourth quarter of 2023. It indicates some changes could be coming. Now, they break it down via the overall trucking industry. Separately, the owner-operator outlook, the leased-on owner-operator outlook, as well as the company driver outlook. So, again, we'll give you more on that coming up here. Plus, we'll get more on our travelers' weather, a relatively quiet start to the new week. I know Philip is probably anticipating maybe some rain there in central and northern Florida for the upcoming day. Maybe could see some stronger storms later in the day, according to forecasters. Weather update, service of Big Daddy Walker Productions. So, as we say, lots to cover as we get the brand new day started. Final day of winter. Are you ready for spring? Coming in on Tuesday evening. So we'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Consumer spending's expected to reach over $22 billion this Easter.
81% of Americans plan to celebrate Easter this year, according to a survey by National Retail Federation. They plan to spend an average of $177 per person and will spend the most on food, followed by clothing and then gifts. Half of all households with children are planning an Easter egg hunt at home, while the most popular Easter Sunday activities, cooking, a holiday meal, visiting friends and family. 43% of respondents plan to go to church. I'm Dave Collins.
A recent Gallup survey reveals the majority of college students prioritize campuses with gun restrictions. Approximately 8 out of 10 current and prospective college students consider firearm policies to be at least somewhat significant when deciding to attend or continue enrollment at a school. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code OvernightDrive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, once again, trust you had a good weekend. Just like that, another weekend over in the books. 18th day of March coming on here. Counting down the days to Louisville. All right, Florida. Philip in Florida. Welcome back.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, that race was a good race up there at Bristol. I watched it, and then I also want to congratulate Scotty Scheffler. He won the Players. He won last week at Bay Hill down here with the golf, and then he won the Players up there at Ponte Vedra. And let me tell you what, that's a really interesting course. Hole 17, you actually shoot across the lake, and the hole is on an island. And if you get it in the water, they've got a drop zone you can go out of that moves you a little closer, or you can reshoot from where you came from, but you're going to take the penalty. And he did really good, and he's got the players. That's the reason he's number one, and it right now he's the number one guy, and it was really good stuff. Now, how did you like that little bitty launch we had the other day there, Steve, out of Texas?
I was so busy that morning, I didn't get to tune in. I did go back, so I guess it sounds like things went a whole lot better, and they thought it was returning, right? And then somewhere lost it about 40 miles up.
Okay, so here's what we got going on. It took off fine. It did a normal launch. Dropped the booster. The booster did good. The only thing is the booster didn't do the landing burn correctly, and it landed too hard than what they wanted. But, both of these vehicles are expendable. They knew they were expendable. They were throwing them away anyway. All right, we got it up there. Did, the opening of the payload bay actually went great. Did the fuel transfer from the header tank down into the rudder tank. That went perfect. And then around, I want to say about 44 minutes into the flight, between 44 minutes and 45 minutes in the flight, we're coming back and we're starting to hit plasma. But we're also vibrating off the tiles that protect that ship. So those black tiles started falling off. Now, one thing that is cool about this shots is they actually got footage, because they were linked up with Starlink, that you can actually see the plasma start building around the vehicle, which we've never seen that before. You only see that when, they look out the window. They have cameras out the window. This time, SpaceX actually had cameras outside the vehicle that actually saw the plasma building. You see it build, and then you see it build, and it gets more intense. And then it just disappears, the camera angle, and that's when the vehicle burned up. And it was because the tiles were falling off of it. It's a learning phase. We're still trying to learn how to put them tiles on. We're still trying to learn how to make things more secure. So it was a good flight all in all for what it was, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait till the next one. There is some really good footage. NASA Spaceflight had a really good footage of the takeoff, and it almost looks like a nuclear bomb from the angles that they took at it. I mean, it almost looks like an atomic bomb going off with the clouds, and it was a good day for SpaceX. I know they lost the vehicle, but they were going to anyway. The only thing was that we're going to shorten it up. It wasn't going to Hawaii. It was supposed to go in the Indian Ocean, and it ended up burning up into a million pieces. So they didn't even use the flight termination system. It burned itself all to pieces. But it was a good day for them. And then we had good launch over the weekend of their Starlink mission over there. I saw that one the other night. That was a daggone good launch. You could see it really good. And it just keeps chugging along. And I can't wait to see one of these things come out of Cape Canaveral. Because I tell you what, that's going to be really crazy when they start coming out of Cape Canaveral with them. I know that Boca Chica is the R&D, and they're going to be running the program out of Boca Chica. But they got a tower at Cape Canaveral that's ready to roll. So. But good stuff, and we'll catch you later, bud. You have a good day.
First of all, if you've got a second, I'm kind of curious about how distance-wise, from Cape Canaveral. I know that the Starship is such a powerful rocket, and the noise. Is there concerns about it maybe like blowing out windows and stuff when the thing tries to launch?
No. I mean, they're concerned with it because the concussion cloud, or whatever you want to call it, from the concussion from it does go further. But if they can do the same system they've got in Boca Chica, as far as getting the sound barrier or the sound waves
suppression, okay,
they'll be okay. Yeah, the concussion factor that comes across, which, if you see it, you can actually see it in a lot of the filming of these launches. You can actually see that sound wave when they break it right there. You can see it go across the land. If you look at Cape Canaveral, from where 39A is to where the vehicle assembly building, it's about 2.5 miles, something like that. It's built there that way. That's the reason that I want to see them go from the Cape, because the Cape is built for in case they have a large explosion. If they have a major anomaly in over there, it's built for it. You know, that's why the Apollo rockets were designed. That area was designed for the Apollo rockets, because if they had a large explosion, and it could be as big as a nuclear explosion, they wouldn't be in the fallout right directly. It would give some time, you know, Steve. And that's something that I want to see go off of the Cape. I'll tell you, it's a big thing, and I would love to be out there. You ever heard of Padre Island, Texas?
Oh, yeah.
Steve?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so some of these guys are sitting on a hotel on top in Padre Island and filming this, because Padre Island's kind of like across the bay from Boca Chica, and you can see the Starship out there, and they're a good 3 to 5 miles away from it. But they get the sound wave just like if they were next door to it, and because there's no land, there's nothing out there to break it up. You know, and that's one of the things. There's no buildings or nothing to stop it, you know, slow it down. That's one reason we get them where we're at, because we're so flat. It comes across the marsh, and they'll come all the way to Orlando, you know, when you can hear that sound wave when it goes. And it's pretty interesting. If you ever get a chance, Steve, you got to come down and check one of these things out.
Yep.
And those guys are getting ready for Matt's. There's already people at Matt's, I heard, Steve. I don't know if you heard that or not, but everybody's trucking over to Matt's now. So we'll talk to you tomorrow. You have a good one.
All righty. I know Kyle and probably a couple of guys down there getting things. The setup process is already underway as of this past day. All right, back to Horse Brothers.
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So I don't know if it would help or not there with Philip talking about that. And, you know, I might possibly be the second smartest man in the world there, because, you know, I can't be the smartest man in the world because Doc Holliday is possibly the smartest man in the world. But anyways there, have you seen these videos there where they take these rubber chickens and they put them on people's exhausts, so when they drive, they got that quacking chicken thing, that rubber chicken thing quacking? Have you seen those videos at all?
I don't think I've seen that.
You'll have to search for that a little bit, but anyways, they changed the sound of, you know, the exhaust and everything, and I'm thinking maybe if NASA or Elon Musk or somebody made these rubber chickens in like a really big size and put on the rockets there, they could have them rubber chickens squawking when their rockets are launching off there, and it maybe not be so annoying there with the, you know, from the exhaust of the rocket launch and everything. Maybe that would help them out a little bit there, doing them big giant rubber chickens to put on that. Anyways there. So speaking of that, I actually might have had an answer for Ranger's thing here. So anyways, you know, he was talking about the wipes and that, and of course, even though they say they're flushable, you don't want to put them into a septic system. If you're on public sewer, is one thing. You know, they actually have screens and things that they can, you know, it kind of jams things up that the wastewater treatment plant, you know, if they don't break down, but they have screens and they can get things out before the pumps and all that. But if you put it into your septic system, it goes straight into the septic tank, and then it works its way up and floats its way down in the pipes that go out into what they call the leach field, which is where all that stuff dissipates and works its way into the groundwater. And what happens is all that stuff blocks up those pipes going out into the leach field. So when you no longer have water leaving your septic tank, you know, the gray water leaving the septic tank to go out into your leach field, then you call that guy there that likes to dig holes in your yard. I think you've heard them advertisements on your show about some guy liking to dig holes in your yard. Yeah, Bubba's hole digging or something like that. You'll have a big impressive hole in your yard if you do that. So of course you only want to use, you know, the certain things that are designed to go into the toilet that Don't, even though some of them say they are, make sure that, you know, nothing but paper, you know, the actual roll paper. But anyway, so the object he was talking about there now I'm thinking, instead of sheets, what would happen if they made those in mitts? You know, Your Honor, so that, you know, you didn't have your fingers slide off the side, or if you bunch up in the middle and your fingers get, if they made those things in mitts, so you put your hand inside it, that would keep your hand clean while you were doing the operation of what the thing was designed for. But the only thing I ever heard that was possibly better than that, I knew this one guy at a time, and he was a little bit of a larger built person, on the, you know, little on the bigger side, more of a, I think they call him husky. I think that was that a term we used when we were kids there. The bigger kids, they were the husky ones.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what we used. So anyways, he said when he stayed at hotels and things like that, he'd use the hand towel and work it like the type of operation like you would for like dental floss, except for he'd stand straddling the towel and then work it kind of like in the dental floss motion and use that. And then that way that kept his hands clean that way. But I just going by hearsay of what he said. That's all I can tell you. Anyway, but to get on to better things here, I don't know if it's better or not. It's still that type of situation there. You're talking about the Postal Service down there at Atlanta. And we have a place here near Baltimore called Linthicum. And Linthicum is like the major hub of where all the mail coming to the Mid-Atlantic and leaving the Mid-Atlantic all seems to go into. And somewhere in the middle of this Linthicum, which is within about 3 miles of the Baltimore-Washington International Airport, is there's a black hole in the middle of this mail sorting facility, Your Honor. And mail goes into this building and never comes out or is never known of again. So anyways, get this. About 2 months ago, about 2 months ago, my wife discovered that my passport had expired as of early January 2024. So, of course, wanting to go on the cruise this fall, for all these people that want to go on the cruise, you do not need a passport to be on the cruise. But if for some reason, for some unknown reason that you don't stay on the boat, you have to get off the boat and get back into America, you have to have the passport. Right, Your Honor?
That is correct.
But so anyways, anybody planning on going on the cruise, make sure you got a passport, current passport with you, so you can get up, you know, if you end up off the ship, then you can actually get back into America. And well, wait a minute, if you don't have the passport and you sneak through Mexico and jump the border, will you get a cell phone and EBT card set up in a hotel and you can claim amnesty from the country? Can we claim amnesty from America if we come back to America?
I'm thinking that's probably the
most. An interesting
that'd
thought,
be the simplest route. I'm sure.
Yeah. So, anyways, she sends this passport off to our fearless United States government to be renewed, and it has to go to Linthicum. And of course, you can't do return receipt because there's nobody in the government that knows how to sign their name on a piece of paper to say that they received the document that you were sending them. So she has to pay something that says that, you know, the tracking will show that it got there and she'll get a notification, but she has to pay extra for this. So this passport goes in the mailbox and goes through our local post office and down to Linthicum, and the tracking says it's there. And a week later, the tracking says it's still in Linthicum, hasn't left. It's just kind of somewhere there. So it's almost 2 weeks, and the tracking is still saying the same exact thing with it being in Linthicum. And my wife calls the postmaster of our local post office. She says, yeah, these things happen. She says, before we do our investigation, have you checked to see if your check has been cashed yet? Do you have a canceled check from the government? My wife says, no. She says, but I can check real quick. So she gets on her phone while she's there and looks at our checking account, and sure enough, the check has been cashed. Well, the only way the check has been cashed, Your Honor, is if the government has the check. But the post office says the letter, the envelope that has the document with the check is still in Linthicum somewhere. It's going around in circles. So anyways, the whole thing goes on, and the passport arrives. The passport card arrives. The old passport and the old passport card arrive. You know what the tracking says, Your Honor?
It's in Linthicum.
It says the document is still on its way in Linthicum. And I can look to today and I can open that tracking number up and it still says it's in Linthicum. It's never been cleared from the system. The document arrived to the government, got the new passport made. I have the new passport in my hand, and the United States Post Office still thinks it's in transit to the government. Unreal. So when they get done in Atlanta there, they can just come right up to Linthicum and find out what their problem is. But anyways, that's what we got. That's what we got going for you, Your Honor. You can't make this stuff up. But yeah, check into the next time Ranger calls in there and see what he thinks about that mitt situation. Maybe that mitt would be a better way to go than just a plain old flat sheet wipe.
Oh, boy. Too much time on your hands. Thinking. It's 8 before the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, a new day, a new week, final day of winter. And Pappy checks in. What's going on?
What's that? What's going on, Steve? Hey, I figured I'd chime in on this whole tow truck snatching up semis and stuff. I'm probably going back about 6 months. Had one of the rookies on the squad. He calls me and he says, "Hey, Sarge, let me run this by you, man." He's down in a trailer park, and these trailer parks, within the last 5 years or so, been trying to kind of clean them up a little bit. So, you know, when you sign your lease, they talk about not having cars up on blocks and that kind of thing. So anyway, he says, "Hey, man, there's a tow truck driver down here who's got this car half hooked." And the owner came running out, and they got in an argument about him towing it. What happened was, Steve, the owner, was putting brakes on his car. His tow truck drives through there, sees the car, with no tires on it and stuff. He starts to hook the daggone thing, man. So we're getting in an argument, and the tow truck driver's, I got a right to tow this thing. I got a contract with the trailer park. Any cars, that are up on blocks or look to be a band. And I'm like, oh my God. I said, you tell that tow truck driver. I said, did you confirm that what the owner's story's true? He's like, yeah, he's got the parts here, and the neighbor was out here helping him. I said, you tell that tow truck driver he drops that thing. We're going to arrest him for motor vehicle theft, man. He was like, huh? I said, yes. Okay.
Wow.
Needless to say the least, the tow truck driver dropped that daggone thing and got out of there. And I told day shift to go down there and talk to the owner of the trailer park. I said, listen, man, you better put a leash on these boys. If we see a car out on the highway, them little red stickers, Steve, we got some are
right.
Orange, I don't know, green. We'll sticker the car. We'll give you 3 days to get that thing out off the highway. We'll put a date and time. We went by and put that sticker on there. And we'll give you at least 3 days to get that thing off there. If you leave your car sitting out on the highway for more than 3 days, sorry about your luck, I guess. Because it can be a danger with cars sitting like that on the highway off the side of the road. Steve, I saw this body camera today on Facebook. I was kind of blown away. So this was in Minneapolis, Minnesota. They had 2 body cameras. They only had 2. They didn't have 3. But this dude was arrested for shooting at police. They arrested him. He was let out. Then he was committing an armed robbery in a parking lot of like a Walmart or something. He tried robbing this person at gunpoint. Police showed up, getting a gunfight with this guy. He's able to run off. Nobody got shot in that incident, but they captured the guy, locked him up.
And I bet they cut him loose again. I got to pause. Hold the thought.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The volcano in Iceland is erupting for the fourth time since December. Iceland officials say the volcano erupted Saturday south of Reykjavik, spewing bright orange lava into the night sky. Officials say lava looks like it's flowing south towards the coastal town of Grindavik, which was once again being evacuated. There's now a state of emergency as a result in Iceland. President Biden urging Congress to pass a foreign aid package that includes funding for both Ukraine and Israel. GOP Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said on the Senate floor Thursday the stakes could not be any higher and the clock is ticking.
Vladimir Putin is not playing for a tie. He's not headed to the negotiating table. He will not stop at Ukraine.
So far, Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson has refused to bring the Senate bill up for a vote in his chamber, not without concessions from Democrats and the Biden administration on border policy. Officials say a Boeing flight from San Francisco to Oregon was missing an external panel when it landed. Dave Collins has more.
The FAA is investigating United Flight 433 that left San Francisco with 139 passengers on board and landed safely without incident. The external panel was discovered missing during a post-flight inspection, and no debris was found on the runway. United Airlines says the panel was missing from the underside of the Boeing 737 near the landing gear where the wing meets the body.
Lottery jackpots growing. The Mega Millions jackpot approaches $1 billion now. Lottery officials say no tickets matched all six numbers drawn Friday night, so the grand prize jumps to an estimated $875 million for Tuesday's drawing in the Mega Millions. Meanwhile, no winner in Saturday night's Powerball drawing, so that jackpot will be worth an estimated $645 million for Monday's drawing. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Sunday is St. Patrick's Day in the U.S. Named for the patron saint of Ireland, March 17th is the day St. Patrick is believed to have died around 490 A.D. For most Americans, St. Patrick is famous for driving the snakes out of Ireland. U.S. cities with large numbers of Irish immigrants will have the biggest celebrations Sunday, including Boston, Philadelphia, and Chicago. Savannah, Georgia, also known for a big St. Patrick's Day celebration each year. The White House is moving to eradicate junk fees for college students, borrowers of student loans. USA's John Schaefer has more.
As outlined in the president's 2025 budget proposal, the administration aims to eliminate student loan origination fees, which are a percentage of the loan amount designated as a processing fee. Additionally, the plan seeks to address college banking fees and automatic charges for textbooks.
Prosecutor Nathan Wade is announcing his resignation from the Donald Trump election interference case in Georgia. In a written statement, Wade cited his commitment to democracy and the urgency to expedite the case's progress as reasons for his decision. Following Wade's departure, a Georgia judge has ruled that Fulton County DA Fani Willis can continue to oversee former President Trump's election interference case. This Easter, consumer spending is expected to surpass $22 billion. That's according to the National Retail Federation, reporting 81% of Americans intend to celebrate the holiday. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road-tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
All right, here we go. Another round just like that. Back on a Monday. Closing out the weekend. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, we left off there. We were chatting with Pappy. So the bad guy gets caught. They let him loose. Gets in a shootout. Ultimately, nobody shot. He's arrested again. We pick up there.
Yeah, man. So he's arrested again after an attempted armed robbery, shooting at police again. They let him out again, Steve.
They let him out again, really.
Yeah. So now he's in another state. I forget what state it was. And they made a traffic stop on him. He's got some female in the car with him. I think it was a highway interdiction. Couple guys anyway. So they get him out of the car. They're going to toss the car. They're looking for some dope, which they did find, like 9 pounds of meth in the car and a handgun.
Okay.
So they get him out of the car. They put him in a backseat of a police cruiser, unhandcuffed, because technically, I guess he's not under arrest at this point. Yeah, no, I don't know, Steve. You're probably going to guess where I'm going with this. The highway interdiction cars, I mean, everybody has cages now. I don't, except for supervisors. But anyway, they put him in the back of the car, and they're searching the car, and they find the weed or not the weed, but the meth and the gun. And all of a sudden, the one cop turns around, his body camera's rolling, and there goes his cruiser. He's like, oh, man, he's stealing the car. Now they're got a police cruiser in pursuit of another police cruiser. And these were kind of like back highways, open area, not a lot of... They were out in the Badlands, I guess, man. I forget which state this was. Probably looks like Oklahoma or something. Anyway, the guy went around a turn at one of the intersections and lost it and got stuck in a ditch. So now they're in another shootout with this guy, Steve.
Another shootout. Okay.
Check this out. Another shootout. Unfortunately, the dude fortunately, he left his car and the gun, but what did he do? He grabbed the officer's rifle that was in the front of the cruiser. Must have figured out which button to hit to get that thing unlocked, and now he's shooting at him with an AR-15. So they exchanged gunfire, Steve, I don't know, 10 minutes. A car is passing by the bad guy. They don't know any better. They see a police cruiser there. you know, so they kind of rolled up. Dude jumps out, points his gun at them, tells them to give him a ride or he's going to kill them both. I guess at some point the driver took his hand and pushed the barrel of the gun away and sped off. The guy started shooting at that car, hit the female that was in that car in the leg. And I guess some time went by, they didn't see any movement, so they were kind of waiting. They got a SWAT vehicle to go up there, and the guy's gone. They do a search of the area. There was a drainage thing that he went down like a culvert. Well, they captured him again, Steve. He was shot in the leg this time. He didn't get too far, but unbelievable, man. So they did a FOIA request wanting this guy's information. They gave him the body camera video. They gave him his mugshot, but would not release his name. Steve, I swear he looks Hispanic to me, man, in that photo. Probably an illegal. That's why they're refusing to.
Right.
I don't know how they can refuse to give his name. He's an adult, but they're not doing it because they probably know this ain't gonna look good. 3 times, man. Unbelievable. So I guess the judge decides that you're not allowed to have 2 liars pursue charges against Trump. Steve, I mean, the judge flat out came out and said Fannie and her little boyfriend were both lying on stand. Gave him a choice. One of you has to go. You both can't.
So by leaving Fani on the case, so they're going to obviously she's going to appoint a new prosecutor, I guess is the word, right? Now that prosecutor is going to have to get up to speed on all the stuff that Wade was up to speed on. I mean, I guess at best this is just going to delay the trial further down the line.
Yeah, Steve, and I'm telling you, man, when this goes to, I mean, they're going to find him guilty, you know, if it even still goes that far. But when this goes to appeal, I mean, there's no way, Steve. It's just a joke. Because, man, Steve, I am telling you, man, if we got locally, right, there's other... You heard of Brady bills, but locally it's called, if you get put on the Brady bill here, that means that you were caught being untruthful on a stand in court. And that you get put on that Brady list. And it's almost impossible for an officer to be trusted again. I mean, how do you know what I'm saying? So and the Brady list is if an attorney and they go to trial, they always ask for the Brady list because they want to know if any of the officers that are going to be testifying in this case is on the Brady list that are known liars. So, I mean, how do you have the DA, the district attorney that is listed now, Steve, it just blows my mind. Man, real quick, NASA, or I don't know if it was Discover or History Channel had a thing on tonight. I remember seeing this a few years ago. I recorded it. I didn't catch it till it was already on for about a half hour. But it was called something to the effect, Apollo Lost Films, Forgotten Footage. It was like a 2-hour special. They had all the, back scenes of the Apollo program, which was pretty cool. Actually, I was hoping to see if I get on after Phillips, and next time if Phillips still listening, when you were talking about that comment, I remember watching the show, Steve, probably 15 years ago. NASA launched this rocket up to intercept this comet. And they wanted to capture the debris left behind in this comet. So they developed this material to capture the comet. And Steve, it looked like an ice cube, right? It had this bluish color to it. You know what ballistic gelatin is? When they test fire these rounds in the ballistic gelatin to simulate how it would affect going into a body. So that's the best way I can kind of describe this material. I forget what they call it. But it was hard but soft, if that makes sense. Because they were saying when they got this spaceship out there, when it passed through the comet, these doors opened up with this material in these doors that were going to capture the particles. And these particles are traveling at who knows how fast, and the spaceship's traveling at who knows how fast. So they were real finite materials. They had to do it at a certain distance away from this thing, or it would have destroyed the spacecraft. And so they were able to do it. They captured some stuff and brought it back. For the life of me, I can't remember what was in it. But what I was going to ask Philip is they were using this new technology, and again, this is 15 years ago, called ion propulsion. I don't know if you ever heard of it. And I haven't heard much about it. You know, 15 years ago, this was supposed to be the new wave of space travel, you know, going to Mars and other planets and whatnot, this ion propulsion.
Propulsion.
Okay. It just made me think of it when you were talking. Yeah, it just made me think of it when you were talking about that comment. I thought Philip might be up to date on it. So that's about all I got, Steve. Yeah, the little one, I guess she was putting a little cream on his little circumcision, right?
Yeah.
I guess he decided to go, man. She got wet. I had to laugh.
That's funny.
It was right when the show started.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Dad, he peed all over me. Well, ain't gonna be the first time. Ain't gonna be the last.
Won't be the last.
Yeah. So. All right, brother. Back to work tomorrow. It's gonna be cold, man. What are they talking about?
We're at freezing right now. What the hell's going on? I mean, we go 60 degrees to freezing. I don't get it.
They say you don't like the weather in Cincinnati, stick around and it'll change. All right, my man. Everybody be safe. Have it down. Thanks for taking the call, Steve. Appreciate it.
Have a great night off here. Back to work tomorrow, he said, right? Let's see. We had the OOIDA Foundation, the quarterly update for the last quarter of last year. It indicates some changes could be coming. First, the overall trucking industry. The U.S. Bank Shipment Index showed changes in spending and decelerated economic activity weighed heavily on the truck freight market. This index contracted for the sixth consecutive quarter. It was the smallest reduction, though, in 3 quarters. Declines in volumes were more significant than spending, suggesting some reductions in freight capacity and keeping costs higher. The fact that volumes were weaker than spending in all regions further supports that freight capacity changes are probably occurring. The owner-operator outlook, truckload volumes increased for the second consecutive quarter, but we're still in negative territory, putting downward pressure on rates. Net truckload revenue remained relatively flat quarter over quarter and was down compared to the previous year. This shows the next cycle is still a ways off, they say. C.H. Robinson, one of the world's largest logistics platforms, failed to meet expectations as the company battles weak freight demand and excess carrier capacity. Spot rates tend to improve when C.H. Robinson's margins decline and vice versa, according to the market report. The leased on owner-operator outlook. Low demand, weak manufacturing, weaker than typical peak season, and too much capacity continued in the fourth quarter. The number of loads hauled via truck trended reasonably in line with historic pre-pandemic sequential patterns. According to Landstar president and CEO, the number of trucks provided is a good barometer for where the freight market is for leased-on owner-operator. Now, that number has declined for 8 consecutive quarters and year-over-year for 6 consecutive quarters. It's also below the 5-year trend. As expected, the soft macro freight environment experienced throughout last year continued through the fourth quarter. The company driver outlook, last on the list. Real wholesale trade sales, excluding petroleum due to fuel price volatility, increased for the second consecutive quarter. The first year-over-year increase in 3 quarters could be a positive signal for future freight demand once inventories come under control. Employment for the general freight long-distance truckload sector, which best represents OOIDA's membership, decreased quarter over quarter as the industry continues to downsize to meet weaker demand. This is the first year-over-year decline since the first quarter of 2021, highlighting the overcapacity that continues to face the industry. Average weekly earnings decreased in the fourth quarter and have decreased by 7% since the second quarter of 21. Inflation-adjusted pay was 2% below the 2019 levels. So even though the paychecks may be a bit larger, inflation-adjusted, you're still making less. We'll return right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, news break just around the corner. Coming up, we'll get some of the other industry headlines. As you well know, we've been talking about it ad nauseum for 3+ years now. Who is coming across that border? We know the bad guys are taking advantage of this. And I guess word comes out over the weekend, a self-admitted member of the Hezbollah terror organization was caught by the Border Patrol earlier this month, coming over from Lebanon during Ramadan and headed for New York. You know what he wanted to do? Conduct a terrorist bombing. 22-year-old Bassel Abadi was stopped crossing the border illegally March 9th near El Paso, Texas, and admitted to plotting a terror attack in New York, according to the New York Post this past day. He said, "I'm going to try to make a bomb," according to the Border Patrol document. He had been training with Hezbollah for 7 years and served 4 years as a member of the armed Middle East terror group, guarding weapons, according to ICE. The training, entitled Jihad, and killing people who were not Muslim. But he sought to get away from Lebanon to head to the U.S. because he didn't want to kill people anymore. Supposedly, he tells ICE. But he did say, once you're in, you can never get out. He was stopped trying to cross the U.S. border without documents, showing his Lebanese background, claiming his documents were stolen in Costa Rica at knife point. He admitted to using fake names in Sweden, Ecuador, and Panama, but destined for New York City before plans to move around the U.S. He's been detained in isolation for an interview with the Tactical Terrorism Response Team for terroristic threats to personnel scheduled for deportation to an unknown country. But as we know, the federal government has failed to enact border security measures, and the state of Texas, through Governor Abbott's Operation Lone Star, continues to take unprecedented action trying to secure the border. Yeah, for each one you catch, I bet there's a half dozen to get through. And they're coming. We know they are. Matter of fact, the FBI director even testified to that last week. I don't think we got to the rest of that story where he was stating our threat level in this country is through the roof. Meanwhile, plenty to cover here on a Monday morning. What a mess this was. I was looking at some of the video, the fish kill, as an estimated 265,000 gallons of liquid nitrogen fertilizer leaked from a farmer's cooperative in Red Oak, Iowa last week. And most of it went into the East Nishnabotna River, according to the Department of Resources. An investigation into the extent of the environmental damage is pending, but the crop fertilizer killed fish. It may have affected the river all the way to the Missouri border, which is about 40 miles downstream from the southwest Iowa town, according to the DNR specialist, as the investigation is underway. Now, this is likely the largest fertilizer spill she's ever investigated. This is a lot of fertilizer. Spill was reported Monday morning by New Cooperative after one of the employees noticed the leak and stopped it. The cause is still under investigation, they say, but the fertilizer leaked from a valve in an area where it transferred from a very large tank into smaller tanks for distribution. The large tank held about 500,000 gallons. It was in a containment area that can prevent wider spills, but the transfer area does not have the same protection. They have no idea how long that valve was leaking. But yeah, I mean, I was looking at some of the video, this guy out there walking along the creek in the river and just dead fish as far as the eye can see. Get back to the calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Consumer spending's expected to reach over $22 billion this Easter.
81% of Americans plan to celebrate Easter this year, according to a survey by National Retail Federation. They plan to spend an average of $177 per person and will spend the most on food, followed by clothing and then gifts. Half of all households with children are planning an Easter egg hunt at home, while the most popular Easter Sunday activities, cooking, a holiday meal, visiting friends and family. 43% of respondents plan to go to church. I'm Dave Collins.
A recent Gallup survey reveals the majority of college students prioritize campuses with gun restrictions. Approximately 8 out of 10 current and prospective college students consider firearm policies to be at least somewhat significant when deciding to attend or continue enrollment at a school. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
right, next up, Cue Ball. Getting ready for the big show. Morning, Cue Ball. What's happening?
Oh, not a heck of a lot, Steve. Just out here working for a living because, well, someone's got to do it.
All right.
Steve, I was listening to Pappy's story, and then I was listening to that story you were just talking about. This, where the hell was that guy from? Was he Hamas or something?
Yeah, he's from Lebanon, apparently, and part of the Hezbollah.
Lebanon, that's right.
Yes.
Yep. That's right, Hezbollah. Okay, one or the other. All right, so what was his name?
I may have not pronounced it exactly correct, but let's see. Basel Abadi. Ibadi.
Okay, so what probably is going to happen is Masel Abadi, otherwise known as Bob, the government's going to say, Bob, come here. All right, here. Here's this paper. That's the plane. You get on that plane. Don't worry about those guys with the blue shirts, the TSA. No, you got to worry about them. You go around them. You get in this airplane, and we'll take you to New York. Bob. Just remember Bob. That's probably how that story's going to wind up happening. Because you really think they're really going to deport that guy? Really?
Well, if you deport him, then he just comes back in. I mean, that's the modus operandi for. I mean, how many do we actually, when we do send them back, they come back again? They come back 3, 4, 5 times.
Yeah, but here's the best part of the story. So if they actually deport Bob, where'd they say they're going to send Bob?
They didn't say. An undisclosed country.
Did. Right, he's from Lebanon. So don't you think that's a good spot to take him? No. They drop him off in, like, I don't know, Switzerland. Could you imagine you're just some random guy in, like, I don't know, pick a country, Italy, Poland, send him to Ukraine, I don't know. You're just some random guy, some random country. And they're just like, yeah, well, we don't want him over here. Lebanon don't want him, so tough crap. He's your problem now, Switzerland. What? Like, what do you legitimately do with Bob? I think our government's going to put him in an airplane and send him to New York. Because not for nothing, when didn't Christopher Wray get grilled on that one a couple of days ago about how many people with literally no paperwork, we had no idea who the hell they are, did we put on an airplane? And you hear them stutter and stammer and trying to come up with a way to not admit that, you ain't getting on a plane without like 13 different forms of ID and a blood sample. John Q. Public. But Joe Illegal, man, we got no idea who he is. Bob. Yeah, don't even bother with the screening. Just get on that plane. Don't worry about it. We'll take you right to New York. I'd be willing to bet you that's what Bob's going to wind up. He'll get there anyway. Either that or some poor Polish village is going to get a visitor they don't want. Bob. I tell you. What in the world? Steve, I heard on your news that another Boeing United airplane had a little problem going from San Francisco to Oregon.
I know.
Fell off, apparently.
I know that they've had like 5 incidents in the last 2 weeks. I'm not sure about the latest, but I know somewhere. I think I had the story printed up here. Boeing is incrementally destroying the airline industry. Was the headline?
Yeah, but I don't know if that's Boeing doing it now because, again, I'll use the example of that aircraft that left and the wheel fell off. At what point can you not blame the manufacturer of a take a car or a semi, for example, right? Like I said, I'm driving around a 40-year-old Peterbilt. I think by the time a truck is 40 years old, you really can't blame Peterbilt for anything that happened to the truck at this point. Like if my wheel falls off, you going to claim Peterbilt didn't put it on right?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So, like the wheel that fell off the airplane, at some point, when is it the owner of the aircraft that's supposed to be inspecting the aircraft properly, not the manufacturer? Now, I can understand if it was delivered straight from the factory, put into service, on its fourth flight, the damn tire falls off the plane. All right, I can go with you there. But if United's had that plane for quite a while, I kind of start thinking it's a United problem. Now, that panel, I don't know if you remember the specifics of what I called about this aviation stuff the last time. When you have to do maintenance on an airplane, because of aerodynamics, the outside skin's got to be all, smooth and, aerodynamic, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you do a repair on, say, a cannon plug between the wing and the fuselage? How do you get to this thing? Or a fitting, or a fuel control valve, or whatever. You have to take a panel off. Now again, back in my Air Force days, any panel I ever had to take off was opening up an actual fuel tank. But, like it's just said, this particular panel was where clearly not a fuel tank, because it had fuel in it and it made it. But it was near where it didn't say what kind of plane it was, but it said it was near the landing gear where the wing meets the fuselage. Those are inspection panels or maintenance panels, whichever you want to call it. In other words, they don't have any structural purpose to them. It's just to keep the aerodynamics smooth and airflow flowing nicely over the part. But if the panel is missing, really not a big major deal. It's just covering up other components because you can't have, obviously, components exposed. So why'd the panel fall off? I doubt that it was a non-removable panel. I'm willing to bet you it was a removable panel, and it just wasn't put on properly after some maintenance was performed. How do I word this? Okay, picture like you're working on your car, right? You raise up your hood and you work on your engine, you close your hood. In this situation, you have to unbolt your hood, do your work, and then bolt the hood back on. Well, that's what fell off. Because airplanes have all these little bitty, some are much bigger than others, obviously. Some are very small. But they have all these little panels for inspections and or maintenance. So, obviously, like I said, it wasn't a fuel tank panel. It was just an inspection or maintenance panel. But nonetheless, whoever put it on didn't put it on properly, and it fell off, obviously, mid-flight. Because you would think the pilot would pick up on it on his pre-flight inspection, right? Mm-hmm. But it was on a post-flight inspection when it was found. So, to me, that sounds like a faulty maintenance crew. Somebody who put a panel on and didn't do it right. Just saying, I kind of said that last week, I remember. So, I'm starting to wonder if this is more of a United and having really crappy maintenance and maintenance personnel, because after they fired how many people, they had to replace them with, compliant idiots rather than non-compliant, people that actually knew how to do the job properly. Right. Yeah, I think you're starting to reap the rewards of all of them decisions that were made in our behalf during all of that. So, yikes. So, yeah, we are rapidly approaching the truck show now, ain't we?
Yes, sir. Days away.
Yeah. Well, I heard you saying earlier the weather's looking pretty decent for it, too. So that's always a plus. I don't know. I remember the first time I ever was there, I got there on a Saturday, and, man, the weather was just terrible. Cold and terrible. I was like, yeah, this ain't no fun. So it looks like it'll be a heck of a good show. I know a lot of people are coming. A lot of people I know are coming. I managed to talk a few more into coming. And there might be a little surprise coming to the Tim Gentry booth
Oh, yeah?
For the show. Oh, yeah. It's a very real possibility that there's going to be more than a truck sitting in that booth. We'll leave it at that. There might have been something said today, and I might be able to make something happen possibly. We'll find out.
Okay.
I got to find out the details tomorrow. So if you're going to be around, check it out. There's going to be a lot more. There's going to be, he's got Weston Champlin's Peterbilt. I know they were doing, if anybody was watching on his YouTube along with SH Tube, they were doing a lot of finished work with the stainless, because that's what SH Tube does. They do a lot of stainless. They're finishing up, trying to get the truck buttoned up. They're working on that today, and I think they're going to work on it again tomorrow, and then start getting it ready to get it in the building. So SH Tube is in Corbin, Kentucky. So I know, like I said, I talked to Tim after they got after doing both the lives. I talked to them on the phone, had discussed a few things with them about what the plans were. For what's going on there and everything going on afterwards too, because we got a bunch of other crap we got to get done on the trucking side of things, not just a show. But,
sure.
But yeah, that truck is coming right along and actually is looking damn good. So I know they're going to have that in the booth, so that'll be an awesome thing. So like I said, I mentioned to you before, I'll be over at Green APU on Thursday doing a meet and greet between 2 and 4. But I'll be hanging around, checking out other places and trying to gin up other content. And I know I want to try to talk to some of the OEMs. I didn't see – all I saw was Kenworth and Peterbilt there. I didn't see anybody else. But it doesn't mean they're not there. I just noticed that they were there. They got the bigger booths over there. And then obviously I saw you. You guys are basically in the same spot as you were last year, right?
Correct. Yep.
That's what it looked like to me. Yeah, Green APU's just down the boulevard, pretty much just come straight across. That's where I'll be on Thursday, and I'll be bouncing around. I know Tim and Bruce are going to be over there on Friday. I think they got their own separate times, but they'll be over there on Friday, and then Justin with Just Truckin' will be there on Saturday, if I remember right. That's over there, and I know a bunch of the guys are going to be hanging out over at the Fitzgerald with the. It's listed as Fitzgerald Trailer, but that's all the Fitzgerald kind of all under one umbrella there. Semi-casual guys, all they'll be over there too. So I don't know. Like I said, I know personally, I'll be kind of bouncing around, just trying to gin up content and hanging out and shooting the crap with everybody else, because a lot of people be showing up just to kind of hang out, and I want to hang out with the cool crowd, just like me. I want to hang out with the cool people too.
So are you going to?
I'll be hanging out with the cool people.
You going to be bringing Orwell again this year, or are you coming in the 4-wheeler?
Originally, well, there's a distinct possibility Orwell will be there now. It kind of changed. I don't know. I've got to find out a couple things. Ironically, tomorrow morning, and then I'll know. But Orwell might be there. The original plan was I was coming in with the dually and the big enclosed trailer. But now I may have to move a piece of equipment prior to the show. So Orwell might be there. And then I still need to get the dually down there, because I still got to use the dually with Tim for other work after the show.
Okay.
And of course I got other crap going on with my family. Like Saturday when the show's over, I got to haul ass right out to the Carolinas, stuff to do with my son. So, and then me and Tim got other stuff going on. It's looking like too, depending on how things go with me and my boys. So yeah, it's gonna be crazy. So right now, as far as whether Orwell's coming, don't know yet. Problem is, I'm delivering in Waco in the morning, and then I have to kind of figure out which direction I'm going. Am I turning and burning for home, or do I got to do this other thing? Or am I going to have to leave Orwell behind, fly home, and do something else with the dually? I'm being vague for a specific reason.
Okay.
anybody that, and it's really not hard to figure out, but it has to pertain with the Gentry booth. So I'll just leave it at that. There might be a little surprise coming. I just don't really want to say nothing, because he already said it on the live, so it's not like it's a real big thing, but. I don't want to speak out of turn. It's really not for me here.
Gotcha.
He said it, so I'm like, but I'm the guy that's available in the region to take care of things. So that might be the way it works out. So I don't know. Powers that be that are bigger than me have to tell me what's happening, so I know what I'm doing. But either way, I'm going to be there Thursday somehow, some way. Whether I got to beg, steal, borrow, crawl, whatever, I'll get it done. So that's kind of the basic plan of the show. So it's down to the wire. I guess that's kind of the Louisville Truck Show way, right?
That's it.
It's always something. Steve, I don't know. I don't really have anything else to bitch or complain about today. I'm actually in a pretty good mood. So, I felt bad though. I will say that though. I felt bad because I heard your Thursday show, your little Truck Thursday deal.
Yeah.
But I heard it on replay because
Yeah.
I was home. I wasn't planning on it, but then I made a decision where I figured I may as well stick it out home for a little bit and try to put stuff here together. So I guess you're trying to find out more about my truck.
Yeah,
who was that?
I was going to have you tell the story of Orwell, because the question was who out there has probably the would it be the oldest or the longest running truck that's still actually running the roads out there? And I think first thing I thought, well, I said 19, that's 40 years, and then of course.
Well, I heard that, and who was it that called earlier and thought he had me beat? I think it was Inbred Redneck.
Yes,
He said he had a
79
Kenworth, but it's not. It don't have no plates on it, and he ain't driving it. He says it's drivable, but he isn't driving it, which means it's not drivable. You have to have plates and insurance and an IFTA sticker on it to count in my book.
Mm-hmm.
Because if that's the case, he doesn't win with me anyway. He's only tied because I've got a 352 Peterbilt that's a 1979, and I got the 83 Ford CL9000 that I got. That was the North Bend Chapel truck, which is in the process of getting worked on, and then Orwell's the 84 Pete 362 cab over. So the story behind Orwell is kind of simple. The truck originally was a Keene transport truck out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania. And it is still painted with the original paint. It is very dated. It's easy to tell it's original paint. Anybody that was around in that era would recognize the truck for what it was. In fact, on the roof of it, you could still see there's the steel brackets on the top of it where there used to be an air deflector that you could raise up and lower pneumatically. And in the center, you could see a mark because back in the day, Keene, when they were running an oversized load, they only had a single strobe in the middle. Actually, when he was strobe, it was in the 80s, they didn't have the LED strobes like we do now. So it was like remember the old police car lights? It just was like one light in the middle and a mirror that circled around the light and made a flash. That's what it was up there. You can still see the marks from where the strobe was. I keep calling it strobe. It's not a strobe. I guess a roller. But you can still see the mark up there on the roof. So it's very easy to tell what the truck used to be if you were around in that era. Now, figure in 84 when a truck was built, I was a kid, so I don't remember that stuff. But I guess that makes sense why the analytics show that most people that watch my channel are older than me. Kind of how that works. Orwell was bought brand new in 84 by Keene Transportation. The truck was only driven, weird thing what it was, until me, it really only had one driver. The driver that drove it as a company truck, he bought it from the company, and then he had it leased on with a handful of places, and the last place that he had it leased onto was Daily. Was it Daily Transport? They're big, flatbed, oversized outfit as well. And the way I understand it, the guy got sick, and he quit driving. It wasn't long after he rebuilt the engine in it. He held on to it for quite many years, and either he sold it or his estate sold it. Because I don't think the man's alive anymore, to be honest. Because I ran into a couple people that knew the man personally, and they can't get a hold of him. They have no idea whatever happened to him, so I don't think he's around anymore. But anyway, the truck got sold to a towing and recovery outfit down in Newcastle, Delaware. He was going to pull a Landau with it and decided against it. He bought a brand new Kenworth day cab instead, and I bought the truck off of him, thinking it had a fairly fresh on the mileage rebuilt engine, but I knew it was an old rebuilt in time. So I bought them, put it on, had to replace basically everything. If it was made of rubber, I had to put it new. Basically every damn brake hose had to be replaced. Obviously all 10 tires, brake canisters, hoses, belts, everything. Windshield rubber. The list just got big and long quick. I mean, I wound up putting, just to get them on the road and be roadworthy, I put 3 times into them than what I paid for it. It's like I paid X amount of money, and I paid that 3 times over just to put them on the road, and I still didn't rebuild the engine. What's surprising to me was when I took the air filter out of the engine and put a new one in it, a lot of people, they'll put the dates on, like your air filter, your fuel filters, whatever. When you put them on, to kind of keep track of how long ago it was done. When I took the air filter out, it was dated May of 1995. The truck's last IFTA sticker on it was faded off, but there was a Pennsylvania state inspection sticker on the windshield that expired in 94. So best I can tell, the truck was shut down in the mid-90s, and I bought them in 2019, and I had to get them back up to snuff. So I started running them. So it sat from basically 95 to 2019. That's how long the truck sat around. I put them on the road and started driving them, knowing that the engine was iffy. Didn't know whether it was going to hold up or not. And then I lost in Pennsylvania. I lost an O-ring around one of my cylinder liners. I started putting water in my oil. I was able to limp it home, believe it or not. Got all the way home, but it used a lot of water and used a lot of oil, which is, luckily it leaked a lot at that point because the water was thinning out the oil, was emulsifying the oil, was turning like gunky white. Everybody I had talked to had said, well, just keep an eye on your oil pressure. As long as your oil pressure is okay, you're not going to blow the motor up, but you're definitely ruining all your bearings, which are already shot. Just do what you got to do to get it home. I rebuilt the engine, and it turned out that the engine was rebuilt. It was in really good shape. The liners were practically brand new. I could have put them right back in. All I lost was the O-ring around one of the liners. It came out looking like dust because they weren't using genuine when the engine was rebuilt. The engine was not rebuilt with genuine Caterpillar parts. It was rebuilt with God knows where they got them from. And when I took the liners out, the O-rings literally just crumbled away to dust. I don't know how the damn thing ever held any water without dumping it. But it ran a good 6 months like that without any problems. And then one day it started dripping water out the blow-by tube, and then I know I was in a bad spot. So it's a Caterpillar 3406B. It's the air-to-water charge air cooler, so it's got the big old manifold sitting on top of the head. It doesn't have the air-to-air. It's got the air-to-water, which I just had to replace the air-to-water. A month.
I guess so. So it's an old truck, but we got to pause. News break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump is again promising to levy steep tariffs on Chinese-made electric and other vehicles if elected. He made the pledge along with a comment that's raising a lot of suspicion among Trump's critics.
And you're not going to be able to sell those cars if I get elected. Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole... That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath.
During a weekend campaign rally in Ohio, Trump campaign officials said the former president meant there would be a bloodbath in the U.S. auto sector. Of course, the comment came as political tension in the U.S. continues to draw fears of political violence of one kind or another this presidential election year, same as the last. The volcano in Iceland is erupting for the fourth time since December. Iceland officials say the volcano erupted Saturday south of Reykjavik, spewing bright orange lava into the night sky. Officials say lava looks like it's flowing south towards the coastal town of Grindavik, which was once again being evacuated. There's now a state of emergency as a result in Iceland. A recent Gallup survey reveals the majority of college students prioritize campuses with gun restrictions. Approximately 8 out of 10 current and prospective college students consider firearm policies to be at least somewhat significant when deciding to attend or continue enrollment at a school. This trend follows a series of recent incidents involving gun violence at U.S. colleges. The nation's first ever offshore wind turbines are now operational off the coast of New York. Governor Kathy Hochul joined others to celebrate the occasion on Thursday.
We flip the switch and turn on the future of power generated by the winds.
The 2-year project led to the completion of a dozen turbines about 35 miles off the coast of Long Island. They'll deliver electricity to roughly 70,000 homes and businesses in New York. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Sunday is St. Patrick's Day in the U.S. Named for the patron saint of Ireland, March 17th is the day St. Patrick is believed to have died around 490 A.D. For most Americans, St. Patrick is famous for driving the snakes out of Ireland. U.S. cities with large numbers of Irish immigrants will have the biggest celebrations Sunday, including Boston, Philadelphia, and Chicago. Savannah, Georgia, also known for a big St. Patrick's Day celebration each year. The White House is moving to eradicate junk fees for college students, borrowers of student loans. USA's John Schaefer has more.
As outlined in the president's 2025 budget proposal, the administration aims to eliminate student loan origination fees, which are a percentage of the loan amount designated as a processing fee. Additionally, the plan seeks to address college banking fees and automatic charges for textbooks.
Prosecutor Nathan Wade is announcing his resignation from the Donald Trump election interference case in Georgia. In a written statement, Wade cited his commitment to democracy and the urgency to expedite the case's progress as reasons for his decision. Following Wade's departure, a Georgia judge has ruled that Fulton County DA Fani Willis can continue to oversee former President Trump's election interference case. This Easter, consumer spending is expected to surpass $22 billion. That's according to the National Retail Federation, reporting 81% of Americans intend to celebrate the holiday. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Just like that, we'll kick off that final hour on a Monday. Yes, we look forward to Mid-America Truck Show. This week, here it is. It is that time already. Another year has come and gone. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Louisville Convention Center. I got a lineup of guests that'll be joining us. The last update I had, looks like we'll start things off our broadcast schedule from like 1 till 6 on Thursday, first day of the show. And we'll kick things off with Women in Trucking. As the torch was kind of passed last year, Ellen Voya handing over the leadership roles to Jennifer Hedrick. And Jennifer joins us as our first guest interview, Louis Pugh and George O'Connor with the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association next on the list. Looks like we've got Pittsburgh Power, Wreaths Across America, Electruck Logistics, all on the slate for Thursday afternoon. I think I mentioned in the first hour, Mike Brunetti with Commercial Vehicle Group and, of course, Bostrom Seating was slated to join us first there at 10:30 a.m. on Friday. The message he sent me yesterday says apparently he's not going to be able to make it to the show. I just wish I'd be able to be there to talk with you, he said. So I'll get the update on that, see what's happening there. D&J Precision. We'll speak to Shai Diesel. Mercer Transport, the Director of Operations, joins us there Friday afternoon. Some of our sponsored racers via Hot Shot Secret. Michael Dalton, RLC Motorsports, is one of those sponsored racers to join us Friday afternoon. And the list goes on. So, yeah, be a good time. Stop on by booth number 12036 in the North Wing That'll be our location. And if you were there last year, it's pretty much the same exact spot we were a year ago. And Cue Ball will be just a few blocks, just a couple blocks down in that same north wing. I think it's almost in the same aisle we're in, just further down the aisle there. Let me get back and finish up with Cue Ball.
That's exactly how it is.
Yep.
Yeah, so long story short, Orwell is an all-original 362 Peterbilt, and I have no plans on altering it. I kind of, and that's the whole thing, Steve, I kind of fell into this whole thing by accident, meaning that, the whole thing with the YouTube channel and all of that with the truck, I mean, me buying a truck was obviously no accident, but I was keeping it away from the YouTube channel because I was trying to use the channel to push a shop, make custom cars to get off the road to get custody of my sons. That's the original purpose of it. Didn't work out exactly as planned, but it's obviously still worked. But now it's kind of like I feel like everybody likes watching, my channel because it's the old school truck doing the same work everybody else is doing, just doing it with an old school truck. And it's kind of weird. Steve, when do you realize that, and don't take us the wrong way, but at what point do you realize in your life that you and myself became the old man? Like, we were always young, right? Like, when you're a kid, you never think you're going to grow up, and you do. And then one day it hits you. Damn, how did I become the old man? You follow what I'm saying?
100%. I can't not believe I hit the magical marker of 6-0 this year, Cue Ball. Damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, see, my sons are grown. I don't have grandchildren yet, but my sons are grown, out of the house and doing their thing, thank God. And I'm 46, and a lot of my friends are younger than me. Some of them are older, but most of them seem to be younger. I don't really know how that happened, but it did. And I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, I remember the old timers that are sadly no longer with us that called your show for many years. I was just thinking while we were on break. Yeah, I remember listening to guys like Mr. Smith, Yoda, hell, even Brooklyn. These are the older hands that were there, and I think, remember Nitro up in Wisconsin?
Absolutely.
I mean, God, all these guys. These are guys. I think all of them are gone.
They are.
God rest their souls. Yeah. So, who's left to fill their shoes? Who's left to tell the story of trucking of old? Well, I'm not as old as they would be if they were still around. But I got a truck that just like is the stuff that they cut their teeth in when they started driving. So I kind of feel like the truck tells the story of what it was like in those days, because nowadays everyone's got, you got a dashboard in front of your truck. It looks like a computer screen. It don't even have real gauges. Nothing's written in English. You have to learn hieroglyphics or emoji to know which switches turn your headlights on. I mean, a modern truck has a switch on it. It looks like a truck farting. I think it has to do with the DEF system. But it literally looks like a truck fart. That's what I call it anyway. I mean, these trucks are nothing like they used to be. The emblems are the same, but there's nothing similar to what you see a modern Peterbilt to what I'm driving right now, other than the emblem. There's nothing, and I do mean nothing, identical at all. So what's going to tell the story of the days of old if trucks like mine completely vanish and disappear? So it kind of fell upon me, and I feel like that's kind of my job now with what I do with the YouTube channel, is to show that, number one, you still could, trucking's still done the same as it was in the old days, except, I can actually read the letters on my dash, and I don't have all the problems of the modern age. I don't have the creature comforts of modern age, like, sitting in a truck stop and waiting for a computer to go beep so I could go, not be able to do the things I need to do. I just feel like it's better off that somebody can still tell the story of the days of old. And that's what I try to do.
Mm-hmm.
And, motivate people to, don't always just follow the herd. That's the big thing for me is if you're going to find success, don't follow non-successful people. Go do something different from what they're doing. That's just how that's how I look at it, I guess. So I kind of fell into this whole thing by accident. I try to use it as a good example, and I hope that more people will start doing, what I do and try to put a more positive. Granted, not everything is a positive image, I guess, because some people, it's YouTube. You get a lot of hater comments that don't understand or what's going on, but at least you educate, or if they don't like how you did it or what you did, you explain why you did what you did, and if they don't like it, well, then, tough crap. You're just going to have to get on with it and you'll point on the computer where the internet touched you bad, I guess. I don't know. Get over it. I don't even know. But you get the idea. But I think it's, not just me, but it's, everybody else that I'm friends with that do basically, the same type of thing, but they do it differently, especially with the YouTube thing nowadays. And it gets even that gets interesting too. Who in a million years would have thought that this would happen to me? The big mouth cue ball that calls in on your show, Rants and Raves, the next thing you know, I'm doing pretty good on my own little, in my own little world here. And I'm like, wow, how'd that even happen? Right. But I don't know. I just kind of look at it like, just try to stay positive. Sometimes negative crap happens. You got to just show how you overcome it and get on with life. But, you push on and always remember who your friends are. Always remember who was there when you weren't, doing so well. And always remember that, That's why, I remember when you first got on, I thought, I look back at it and, man, I got to watch that video again, that live I did when you first got on with Hot Shot Secrets.
That first night, yes.
Oh, my God, I got to watch that. Because I threw a live on. I'm like, hey, everybody, go check out this guy. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there drinking scotch. I'm sitting at home on the couch drinking scotch, telling everybody to come find your show. Because I wanted your show to take off again like it was. I wanted it to be better. And that's how I felt. I'm like, man, this guy let me rant and rave on his show for many, many years. And then he got fired because we all got big mouths. It wasn't nothing you said. It was something we all said. Your callers got you in trouble, Steve. I'm like, oh, man, I can't let that happen like that. So I had to try to do my best to get everybody to know that you were out there. And that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about, I think that if I can keep that going, it can certainly be a positive thing because Lord knows this industry has got a lot of negativity around it, surrounding it, and so on,
Yeah. And that could, that can kind of be your job to maybe try to bring in some of the, like you say, the newer generation. At some point we got to pass the torch. I know that, but
yeah, well, that's unfortunate. Like, a lot of guys, this industry is hard. It's look, man, it's hard on the body. It truly is. People, and it's only gotten worse. It's really only gotten worse. I think guys don't really get to pass the torch. I think, to put it crudely, they drop dead and the torch gets dropped.
Yeah.
Someone's got to pick it up because this industry is just way too hard on our bodies. So it's like, how do you survive that? How do you get on? And I'll talk about that from time to time. But yeah, it's like you got to, someone's got to pick it up and carry it. This job's got to get done, just like many other jobs got to get done. And it's not like we're not the most important industry out there, but we are an important industry. And there's a lot of things out there that people really need to start. You want my opinion on that? People really need to start being brutally honest with the way things are and what's going on, and just why is it, why are things happening the way they're happening between everything with, like what Pappy was telling about that one guy, getting in multiple shootouts every time everybody, sticks their neck out to arrest this clown.
They cut him loose.
And then they just cut him loose. Like, okay. Meanwhile, a couple miles back, I wanted to park and go to bed. Rest area was full, and there was a local cop in there writing tickets to drivers that were parking around the perimeter of the rest area. They were nowhere near the highway. And I saw him. I saw an open, I saw plenty of Adventa spots. Nope, I have to drive farther because that cop's going to put a ticket on my truck if I go to bed. So, no, I'm still driving because I didn't want to get a ticket. So it's both sides of that. How do you solve that problem? You got to be honest. How do you solve that problem? We have to explain that there is a problem, then maybe give solutions. I don't know. You can't. I don't know. It's kind of like you get where we're going with that. It's like you got both sides of the spectrum. Somewhere in the middle is probably where you got to be. And this industry is not known for, being well cared for by just the general public. So, but yet you got guys that totally ruin it. And I don't know, I tend to think the government pushed out the good drivers. The good drivers got old and retired or passed on. What's left? We're importing guys that don't know what they're doing, don't have a clue. It's just on and on and on. But I don't know. I tend to think, I never really thought that going to the truck show, like I never thought about it much. And I went to last year's, obviously, and I went to one prior, but I only got there for one day. And I'm like, you know what? It is a really big, positive show. Like, even if you don't go there to buy anything, or you're not looking to buy anything or looking, because it's a trade show, so that's what it's for, is to, everyone's trying to show out the latest and greatest, or, look back in the past, whatever it may be. But it's just the overall camaraderie. You just don't, I guess it's the closest thing you're going to get. It sounds cliche. It's the closest thing you're going to get to the old school trucking because of the camaraderie amongst everybody. You just don't see a lot of problems. You don't see a lot of beefing, and people aren't like walking around poker face and all mad and pissy like you're walking around the streets of New York or something like that, right? No, everyone's, for the overwhelming majority, everyone's happy. It's a family event. You got wives and kids, and there's all kind of different stuff to do and see and check out, and it certainly makes your head spin with the amount of stuff that's there, and just everything going on. And if nothing else, you didn't think I know last year, I didn't think I was going to have ideas from it, and then I did. And the other thing that happens is you don't realize that you run into people, you start talking to people, and next thing you know, you make important contacts on the business side of things, even if you didn't plan on that. And me last year, that's how I ran into Greg Mart over at TFC Global, and I wound up getting that Ford cab over in that Chapel trailer that I'm working on right now. Again, trying to keep that truck in history alive, to keep that truck looking as it always did, as a static display with that trailer. It's going to turn into something different, but it's going to look the same, and it's still going to be a piece of trucking history. But, that's one contact I made over there that we brought out on your show, your show. How many years I've been talking to you, Steve? I met you last year for the first time, actually, face to face.
It's probably been close to 18, 20 years, you think, probably?
Every bit of that. But yet, there it is. These are good things. There's a handful of other people that I spoke to that I'm not going to specifically get into, but I made a bunch of good business contacts there, and I wasn't even planning on it. I just happened to be at the right place at the right time and kind of talking to the right people. And next thing you know, I could be, it's a mutual thing. I could do something good for them, they could do something good for me, and it worked out great. And you don't even know it's going to happen. It just happens that way. So even if you have no plans on big dreams, just go there anyway. The big dreams will come to you. And if they don't come to you, actually they will come to you. They'll literally walk up to you, shake your hand, and get to yapping to you. Next thing you know, boom, you got a dream in your head. Now all you got to do is go follow it. But if nothing else, it's good for the camaraderie just to hang out and be around people that do the same crap you do. And you're not going to have any issues with nobody. It's just a good time. I think it's I hate to use the word party atmosphere. It's not really a party, but it's there's no stress.
Yeah,
there's no stress. It's a lot of walking, but we all need to do more of that anyway. So bring it.
It's kind of
that's how I see it.
A festive time. Well, if I don't talk to you before, we will see you later this week. Yeah, great explanation though. And he's right. We always talk about how it's like kind of like a family reunion. And for a lot of drivers, it is. It's restful because if you are one of those who actually gets off and gets to get out there in the parking lot for 3 days, 4 days. I mean, some drivers will be showing up on Wednesday and not leave till Sunday. It's a time to let your hair down and relax a little bit. And oddly enough, this year coinciding with the first round of March Madness. Everybody I guess the bars in the evening will be packed and stacked. Everybody watching March Madness. We'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Trying to pull up the rest of the story here. Where was that? There it is. Things that make you go, you cannot make this stuff up. Yeah, we know that there's issues, crime in this country. And apparently, for some of our friends north of the border, they're having issues as well. Story out of Toronto, where police, actual law enforcement, told residents, leave your car keys at the front door for thieves to take to lessen the risk of getting physically attacked in your home. Are you kidding me? Just, hang your key fob up there. So the backlash to that jaw-dropping suggestion has been brutal, to say the least. The outlet said Marco Riccardi, he was whatever part of law enforcement he was. It was a press conference, advised residents in the Etobicoke safety meeting, leave your key fobs in a Faraday pouch, whatever the heck that is, in convenient places for the thieves to take to lessen the risk of physical violence over the fobs. And I quote, to prevent the possibility of being attacked in your home, leave your fobs at the front door because they're breaking into your home to steal your car. They don't want anything else. A lot of them, that they're arresting have guns on them. They're not toy guns. They're real guns. They're loaded. We've got to come back and finish up more on that. I don't know if Eagle, if you're hanging in there, we'll get to you. I know he wanted to talk about the solar eclipse thing, I believe. We'll see if he's awake. And room for you at 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Prosecutor Nathan Wade has announced his resignation from Donald Trump's election interference case in Georgia. In a written statement, Wade cited his commitment to democracy and the urgency to expedite the case's progress as his reasons. A judge in Georgia ruled that Fulton County DA Fani Willis could continue overseeing the case if Wade was removed. President Biden visited Capitol Hill Friday, where he greeted the Irish Prime Minister at the White House.
And, the friendship goes back centuries, but today is an important period, an important milestone. Nearly 100 years of diplomatic relations, Taoiseach, and every 100 years of Ireland and the United States.
Biden also urged the House to pass a comprehensive national security package. McDonald's is addressing a system failure that affected its restaurants worldwide. The company acknowledged a technology outage in a statement Friday, resulting in the closure of a number of locations. John Schaefer, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it at 844-844-3388. Quickly, back to the Toronto. So I guess whatever this law enforcement guy was referring to was, say, have a key hook like right inside your front door. That way, if the bad guys come in, oh, there's your key fob. That's what they want. They want your car. And in thousands of comments, and obviously a lot of angry people, this is bizarre, one commenter says. Toronto police advising the public leave your fobs near the door? Because invaders are primarily coming in your house to steal your car? Why not hang the keys outside the door? Or better yet, let's just leave the keys in the damn car. City News Toronto said another user adds, this is a failed state level of insanity. Hey guys, do you mind making it easier for people to steal your cars so they won't break into your house instead? Other comments, Canada is gone, said one commenter. Another, the entire planet has gone bat crap woke crazy. Another says, the Ottawa police are useless. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police are compromised. Toronto police are corrupted. The Supreme Court are woke. Canada is in real trouble. Rebel News founder Ezra Levant pulling no punches. The outlet noted the Toronto area car thefts increased by nearly 25% last year over the previous year, while auto theft-motivated home invasions and break-in enters rose 400% in 2023. Wow. Toronto police, I guess, Wednesday addressed that well-meaning suggestion. I think this meeting was several weeks ago. And then they're addressing that now, suggesting and offering more advice. Stating, police are concerned about an escalation in violence where all sorts of weapons and firearms are being used to steal vehicles. And that includes during home invasions. They're offered the following suggestions. Park vehicles in a garage if possible. Ensure your driveway is well lit. Keep exterior lights on all night. Security cameras are an asset. If possible, install a home security system. Activate alarm on stay when home and away when out. Consider connecting a motion detector alarm to your cell phone. Put security film on glass windows and doors. Multi-point locks on your doors. Keep backyard gates locked and ground windows secured. Do never post on social media when you're going to be away from home. And obviously report police suspicious vehicles or persons in your neighborhood. Yeah, the world has gone crazy. Eagle, you hanging in there? You with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here. Yeah, I got a couple of things I want to talk about, Steve. First of all, I want to get to the eclipse, but it's tying into what I got to ultimately say. Now, okay, on TikTok and other venues that I've been looking at over the last couple of days, Steve, people on TikTok are saying that this April the 8th eclipse is the final is the final deal that some real bad things are going to happen, you know, on that day or maybe in the future after the eclipse. You know, a lot of people don't realize that there was an eclipse in 2017.
Yeah, just a few years ago.
And they said the same deal. They said the same thing in 2017, that it was the end of the world.
Yep.
And guess what? Guess what? We still here. So my advice to those people is just sit back and watch the eclipse and shut up, and we'll see what happens. That's the way I see it, because these people are doing nothing but trying to make money, Steve. It's all over TikTok. It's part of the reason why the government is trying to shut it down, because of all the things that people are saying, good or bad. You know, but if you look in the Bible, there are some things that are occurring that have definitely taken place. But one thing that a lot of people fail to realize when they talk about the end of the world is it clearly says in the Bible that the only person that knows when God is coming back is God. It said no man nor woman on this planet knows exactly when this man is coming back. So anybody that's flapping their mouth about they know when the end time is, that April the 8th, it was the final day, is nothing but a false prophet. Somebody that's just speaking without knowing what they're talking about. So I ignore people like that. Now, here's the thing I want to talk about, Steve, when it comes to this situation of free speech in America. It's slowly but surely going away in America. You look at some of the top radio hosts that used to be on the air, a lot of these people are out of business now. You see what they did to Tucker Carlson. They took him off television. You see what they did. There used to be another guy that used to talk, and now he's out of business. And then you got the internet. And anybody, Steve, you know, I hear a lot of these young punks, you know, when I'm in the truck stop, some of these younger drivers that's pointing their 20s and up to the 30s. You can see they never lived without the internet, Steve. They never lived without cell phones and technology we have now. Okay, I grew up without this technology. When I was raised, we had no phone. When I started driving trucks, we had to use a pay phone to make a telephone call. Like right now, I'm sitting in my truck talking to you. If we was 20 or 30 years from now, before, I would be in a truck stop on a damn pay phone talking to you. But okay, so here's what I want to say about that, Steve, with the freedom of speech. See, a lot of these people think that that you have to have freedom of speech, but see, here's where they're wrong at, Steve. Because see, over there in China and North Korea, guess what? A lot of those people don't have no internet. A lot of those people don't have no Facebook, Twitters, and all this other stuff that people take for granted, where they can flap their mouth and hide behind a computer keyboard, cowards. Because you got one that's on your internet right now that's running his mouth. But like I said before, they think they take it for granted, Steve, that they can say and do what they want to do. But here's what they don't realize: the government, they can shut it down at any time. I promise you that. If China can shut down the internet to where they people don't have no internet, you better. If you think the United States can't do the same thing, keep on thinking. And by the way, you put Joe Biden in the White House for another 4 years, to somebody like Joe Biden, you'll probably find out what I'm talking about, because I can just about tell you in the next 4 to 8 years or maybe beyond, you won't have no damn internet in the United States of America if people like Joe Biden and the people that work for him have something to do with it. So keep on taking for granted that you have cell phones, internet, and all these other luxuries that we have in America, and think that it can't be taken away from you. Go over there in China and ask them people if they have a cell phone and luxuries that we have in America, and you'll find out the hard way. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, have a good morning. In regards to, the solar eclipse, I think there's maybe a little bit of warranted concern for areas that are in the path of totality. Just in the fact that, tens of thousands of people are all going to be converging into small towns, small communities. And those people are going to have to eat and drink and fill up their gas tanks. And small towns aren't really equipped to handle that. There was a Texas judge, and we've shared several stories like this from across the country. Texas judge telling pet owners, stock up on supplies for your animal in advance. April the 8th, when the moon will block out the entire disk of the sun. In several U.S. states, the path of totality starts in Mexico, extends across Texas, Oklahoma, all the way up into the Northeast, before headed out over the North Atlantic. This is going to draw crowds from all over the country as these people head into areas in that path of totality. Texas officials have voiced concerns about stretched public safety resources and potential enormous strain on local hospitals, obviously the congested roadways, prompting the Kerr County judge to issue a disaster declaration on March the 4th, where he said that the influx of visitors could drain our food and fuel supplies and strain the city and county infrastructure to quite possibly overcapacity. So have your needed supplies ahead of time. Stay off the roads on the big day of the event, if possible. In the week preceding the event, I would encourage, make sure your vehicles are tanked up, you have sufficient grocery supplies, your prescriptions are filled, and you're stocked up on provisions for any animals in your care over the duration of the eclipse. Now, in this county of 53,000 people, we could easily see triple that population because of visitors coming in. Kerr County officials' offices, they say, will be closed during the eclipse. Employee safety given as the reason. Many schools are closing for the day out of concern for student safety. Hayes County schools will close. They had previously planned to open for the event, even purchased viewing glasses for all the students so they could safely observe the eclipse. They said the plans now are, we're just going to give the glasses to the kids, send them home with some fun activities and assignments for Eclipse Day. But yeah, Pappy kind of mentioned that. Yeah, when you have the influx of people, and there's going to be a lot of traffic. It's going to be over several days where all these people are converging. They're calling it Eclipse Weekend. The eclipse is on a Monday, but people begin pouring into these areas. Hotel rooms are booked up all over the path of totality from south to north. They'll start coming in Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But as pretty much everybody has said, Monday, as soon as the damn thing's over, pretty much everybody is going to head home at the same time. And the anticipation is major traffic jams. And, even on any given day on some of these major interstates, one person screws up, one accident, and things are going to be backed up for who knows how many miles. Plowboy on a Monday, what's happening?
Well, good morning, Steve. You brought that up. I was going to talk about something else. I'll be really quick. Remember when they opened that raceway down there at Sparta, Kentucky?
Yes.
And how everybody was trying to get into that venue when they first kicked that race off down there? Are you with me?
People spent hours and hours. There were some people that arrived several hours early, didn't even get into the racetrack, into the gates, till the race was nearly half over. That was a mess.
Exactly. Be like a Britney Spears concert times about 50 or 100.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking at in some of these places. Especially some of these towns that your one stoplight towns are going to be the worst because they're going to think they're out there in the middle of nowhere. Just as soon as they think they're out in the middle of nowhere, that's where everybody's going to converge at. But reason why I dialed you up, you kicked something very hard here a little bit ago. Remember that key bob that you just talked about? Toronto was doing that, you said?
That was the message, yeah. Leave your key fob in close proximity to the front door. If they come in, all they want is your car. They'll get your keys and leave.
Okay. Remember here a few years ago, it might be just still going on today, sir, over one state up above you, Michigan. Remember when there were some localities up there that was ticketing people? Like when it was cold and they were starting their cars and letting them idle?
Uh-huh.
Boy, that's just about the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Leave your key fob close at hand so they can grab it. When Michigan is writing people's tickets for allowing their cars to warm up and their car be locked. Because that's one of the reasons why some of them was, they say it was easier for them to steal with the car running.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Well, I'm glad. I thought I was the only one that left watching NASCAR. I heard Monkey Gouger say the other night he walked away from it. I walked away from this season myself. I did. I've gotten so damn tired of the wokeness in it. I mean, it has really gotten to me. We had a good announcer. I'm sure you might have heard of her on XM, Sirius, Clara Bay Lang. She walked away from it this year. And I never have heard why, but she had been in it. I mean, I think she's talked to Gouger. I know I've talked to her.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, just up and walk away, something's going wrong. I'm sorry, but with this Bubba Wallace, every darn time we turned around, that Dale and Talladega was then. And there was one other thing. I mean, it's just basically I said enough is enough, and I'm going to be the umpire on this time. 3 strikes, I'm out. I'm done. And no, I could care less whether it's a Chevrolet, Ford, or a Honda, or whatever they run in the damn thing. That's just the way I am. And once I walk away, they're really going to have to change. I mean, 180 to get me to come back. But you said at the opening of your program, Dayton was going to be in the March Madness.
I was kind of scouring through the brackets. Yeah, they're in it. I mean, I guess University of Cincinnati's in the NIT, Xavier's in the NIT. I didn't see Ohio State in the brackets either.
Wow. Is Georgetown or any of them big schools? I heard you said, did you say UConn wasn't in it?
No, UConn was like a number 1 seed. Number 1, yeah.
Oh, okay. And what about Oklahoma? Are they out?
Oklahoma is in the mix. Yes, I did see Oklahoma on the list here.
Oh, okay. Okay. But
who would your favorite team be?
Yeah,
Alabama?
Oh, well, I kind of Alabama and KU, Missouri, and them.
Okay, Alabama's they're a number 4 seed. Who else was in there? Kentucky is a number 3 seed. It's just like in our region here, though, there's like none of our schools really made it in this time.
What about Louisville?
I do not see Louisville in the mix.
Wow. It's going to be a whole different thing because I put it this way. I'm not big in basketball until it gets this time of the year.
Exactly.
I'm being serious when I say that.
I pay no attention to it. I know Brain Dead's Tennessee is in there. They're a number 2 seed.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the reason why. A 5-man team all they're doing is competing against another 5-man team. I've seen some of the little schools put the biggest butt weapon on some of the biggest schools. And I've seen a little school up out of Iowa go to the championship here a few years back. And I mean, they were playing against KU at that time. And I mean, it's a whole different scheme versus football. But I don't know. But no, I won't be at the show this year. I haven't been since 2018 or 2017 when I lost my wife. And I mean, it's just, I want to come back, but it's not going to happen. Probably be next year or the year after. But hope y'all all have fun and enjoy it. But Gal, you brought up something too about that picture. There is he really brought a tear to my eye the other night when he brought that picture, when he was talking about all it was gone out of that picture. And then they're talking about the Mr. Smiths and then the Yodas, and there's a bunch of them. Well, all I can say, y'all enjoy it. We'll be thinking about y'all.
All right. Well, we'll have the feed come. We'll have the feed coming your way if you want to tune in a little bit, see what's going on via the Facebook page there in Rumble, or you can just tune in via the app if you'd like. But we'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right. Running short on time. Couple minutes left. What you got for us there, Brain Dead, I believe?
Well, if you want to hold me over, that's fine, Steve. But I heard Eagle mention something about TikTok. What was that? Because I was getting back in the truck about that time.
Well, I mean, the whole talk about banning TikTok in the United States, and he was kind of alluding to the fact that over in China, how the internet is all censored over there. There is no freedom, and they can't share what they want to share over there like we can share here.
Mm-hmm. This is how stupid our politicians are right now. Now, Steve, they started this crap back in 2020, correct?
I'm not sure how far back it goes, but it's been several years.
If I remember it right, they started this crap back in 2020. What was going on in 2020? I don't know. An election. Who was running for president? I don't know. Trump. Everybody hated Trump. Republicans, Democrats, whoever. They hated Trump. Why? Because he wasn't a born-and-bred politician like, I don't know, Mitch McConnell, Nancy Pelosi, insert name.
Yeah.
Now what's going on this year? Hey, guess what? We have an election, and Trump's back running again. Guess what? We're going to throw up the bat signal to stop this crap. We have more important issues in this country that we need to deal with. Immigration, homelessness, our seniors.
I guess he's thinking that TikTok could be used maybe for election interference. Is that okay? Well, we are out of time, so we close things out on a Monday. Thanks for being with us.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but